Saygıdeğer konuklarımız, etkinliğimiz başlamak üzeredir. Yerlerinizi almanızı rica ederiz. Esteemed guests, our side event is about to start. We kindly ask you to take your seats. Saygıdeğer konuklarımız, etkinliğimiz başlamak üzeredir. Sizlerden yerlerinizi almanızı rica ederiz. Esteemed guests, our side event is about to start. We kindly ask you to take your seats.
Öne doğru kaydı değil mi?
Kaymadı. Tamam. Good morning and welcome everyone. We are honored to have you here, host you here. It is our first day in side event schedule in Turkish Pavilion, and we are honored to see our Her Excellency Miss Fatma Varang and His Excellency Mr. Tolga Tolunay here, our deputy ministers. Today we will be starting our 2 weeks long side event. We will be starting with 2 valuable guests named Banu Aslan and Emrah Baydemir. Banu Aslan is General Director of Construction Affairs of Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. And Mr. Emrah Baydemir is Deputy Director General of İlbank. Now I will be giving the speech to Ms. Banu Aslan.
Sayın Bakanlarım, saygıdeğer katılımcılar, öncelikle hepinize Çevre Şehircilik İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığı Yapı İşleri Genel Müdürlüğü adına saygılarımla selamlıyorum. Benim sunumumun konusu 6 Şubat 2023 tarihinde yaşadığımız Kahramanmaraş depremleri ve bu konuda yaptığımız çalışmalar olacak.
Esteemed ministers, valuable guests, I would like to welcome you all on behalf of the DG of Construction Works. And my topic will be about the Kahramanmaraş earthquake, which took place on 6th of February 2023.
Yapı İşleri Genel Müdürlüğü olarak Kahramanmaraş depreminde de diğer tüm afetlerde olduğu gibi Türkiye Afet Müdahale Planı çerçevesinde görevlerimiz bulundu. Çevre Şehircilik İklim Değişikliği Bakanlığı 5 etapta görevlendirildi. 2 etabı da Yapı İşleri Genel Müdürlüğü'ne aitti.
DG of Construction Works had their disaster intervention plan designed years ago, and indeed after the Kahramanmaraş earthquake, we have been assigned with 2 stages of this intervention, and our Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change was responsible for 5 stages of the intervention.
Hasar tespit çalışmalarından sorumluyduk. Bu çalışmaların en hızlı şekilde ilerlemesi, gerek vatandaşlara yardımların daha seri ve sistemli şekilde ilerlemesi, gerekse normalleşmenin en hızlı şekilde yapılması açısından hasar tespitin hızlı ve en doğru şekilde bir an önce gerçekleşmesi hayati öneme sahiptir.
We were responsible for the damage inspection, and in order to have a systematic approach, we have intervened immediately. In order to have a fast manner normalization process, systematic approach of damage inspection was critical.
Bu hızı sağlayabilmek adına tabii ki afetler kuşağında, depremler kuşağında yer alan ülkemizde daha önce birçok çalışmalar, hazırlıklar ve tedbirler alındı. Bu kapsamda 54 bin Türkiye'de görev yapan, kamuda görev yapan inşaat mühendisine hasar tespit eğitimleri verildi.
In order to act fast for damage inspection, we have already provided many trainings, studies, and we had taken numerous measures as we are a country which is placed in an earthquake zone. 54,000 civil engineers were previously trained for the detection of the damages.
Hasar tespit sistemi oluşturuldu. Yine bu yazılım sayesinde ve sahada alınan bilgilerin o sisteme kaydedilmesi sayesinde anlık olarak verilere ulaşılabildi ve vatandaşların doğru ve hızlı bilgilendirilmesi sağlanmış oldu.
Damage identification system was in place at the earthquake moment, and we have provided real-time data to our citizens in order to give them accurate information through the identification of damage.
Özel yazılımlı dronlar ve İHA'lar çalışmaları yapıldı. Bunların çok uzun süreler Ar-Ge çalışmaları sürdü. Sonrasında hayata geçirildi. Bu şekilde genel etkililik belirleme, çok yüksek katlı ya da özel mimarili yapıların hasar tespitlerinin en hızlı şekilde yapılmasına olanak sağlandı.
We have developed a special software by using drones, and indeed it took a long time for research and development. We have provided ample time for research and development, and thanks to that we have provided efficient information and with this information system we have gathered data from these private buildings and certain special architectural buildings.
Ekranda da gördüğünüz üzere 2016 yılından itibaren ülkemizde 70 ilde etkililik derecesi büyük afet meydana geldi. Bunların büyük bir çoğunluğu deprem, diğer kısmı ise sel ve yangınlar oldu.
As you may see on the screen, since 2016, in 70 provinces of Turkey, we have had high impact disasters, and as you may see, a majority of them were earthquakes, and some of them were wildfires and floods.
Ve bu afetlerde Yapı İşleri Genel Müdürlüğü koordinasyonunda toplamda 3.556.000 binada hasar tespit incelemesi yapıldı ki bu yaklaşık 11 milyon bağımsız bölümün tek tek yerinde incelemesi anlamına gelmektedir.
And as DG of Construction Works, we have inspected 3,556,000 buildings since that time, and this means that we have inspected on-site accurately 11 independent structures.
Bütün bu yerinde incelemelerde Türkiye Afet Müdahale Planı kapsamında 5 kategoride yapıların hasar tespitleri gerçekleştirildi.
And with this on-site inspection, in 5 categories, we have identified the damages on-site.
Kahramanmaraş depreminde bildiğiniz üzere peş peşe depremler yaşandı. İlk deprem saat 4.17'de 7.5 büyüklüğünde, daha sonra 9 saat arayla 7.7 büyüklüğünde ve toplam Şubat ayı içerisinde 7 tane 5.8 ve üzeri yıkıcılıkta deprem gerçekleşti.
In Kahramanmaraş earthquake at 4:17 a.m. in the morning, we have experienced a 7.5 magnitude earthquake at first, and after 9 hours we had a consecutive earthquake at the magnitude of 7.7. In 7 hours, in that particular day, there have been 7 more earthquakes, more with the impact of more than 5.8 magnitude.
Bu depremde 11 ilimiz doğrudan, ancak toplamda 18 ilimiz etkilenmiş oldu. 14 milyon vatandaşımız da yine bu depremlerden etkilendi, zarar gördü.
In that earthquake, 11 provinces have been directly impacted, and together with these 11, we had 7 more additional provinces impacted by the earthquake, which means that 14 million people were damaged and impacted with these destructive earthquakes.
Bu depremde de az önce belirttiğimiz teknik çalışmalarımız ve Ar-Ge çalışmalarımız sonucunda ortaya çıkan sistemlerimizle hasar tespit faaliyetleri yürütüldü.
And during that earthquake, we had provided the technical work and R&D works in order to provide the damage assessment.
11 ilimizde toplamda 37 gün içerisinde kesin hasar tespit çalışmaları tamamlandı ve bu çalışmalarda 9284 teknik personel görev yaptı.
In 11 provinces, just only 37 days, we have completed our damage assessments, and in order to provide this complete damage assessment, 9,284 personnel have provided their efforts.
Böylesine büyük yıkıcılığa sahip bir afette 37 gün içerisinde kesin hasar tespit çalışmalarının tamamlanmasında süre olarak ve doğruluk oranı olarak da dünya örneği bulunmamakta.
In such a majorly destructive earthquake, in order to complete the damage assessment in just 37 days, we haven't observed any other examples in the world, so it is an unprecedented effort.
Bu deprem sırasında, bu çalışmalar sırasında 11 ilde koordinatör olarak görev yapan üst düzey yöneticiler bulundu. Bakanlığımızda görevli 4 bakan yardımcımız ve tüm genel müdürlerimiz sayın bakanlarımızın talimatlarıyla bölgede görev yaptılar.
In 11 provinces affected by the earthquake, all high-level personnel of the ministry were on site. Indeed, our 4 deputy ministers and all director generals were attending the efforts on site with the instructions of our minister.
Eş zamanlı olarak vatandaşlarımızın doğru bilgilendirilmesi, AFAD'ın yardımları en seri ve doğru şekilde koordine etmesine katkı sağlamak amacıyla 6 milyon el broşürü bastırıldı. 20'nin üzerinde bölgede iletişim ofisleri kuruldu ve online olarak elde ettiğimiz tüm veriler tüm kurumlarla paylaşıldı.
In order to provide accurate information to our citizens, we had simultaneous efforts with AFAD. We have supported their communication efforts also. We have published 6 million brochures, and 20 communication offices have been established on site to communicate with our citizens.
Bu depremin etkilerini ve sebeplerini anlatmak adına bu slaytı yerleştirdik. Depremin ilk 7.7'lik depremin yarattığı etki açısından bakıldığında Hiroşima'daki atom bombasının çıkarttığı enerji 15 trilyon joule, Maraş depreminde ortaya çıkan enerji 30 katrilyon joule.
We have presented this slide in order to give you an idea over the impact of the earthquake in Kahramanmaraş. As you may see, in Hiroshima atomic bomb, there was 15 trillion joules of impact. However, in Kahramanmaraş earthquake, you may see it is in Haiti earthquake, it was 2.1 quadrillion joules.
Bu zamana kadar bilinen yıkıcılığı en yüksek, en fazla enerji açığa çıkararak oluşan afetin 15 katı büyüklüğünde bir afet gerçekleşmiş oldu.
And in Kahramanmaraş, we have experienced an earthquake which had 15 times higher impact when we compared the previous most destructive disaster on Earth.
Bu rakamlarla felaketi özetlemeye devam edecek olursak,
If we continue to summarize the impact of earthquake with figures,
yaklaşık 3 milyon bina, bu 6,5 milyon bağımsız bölüme geliyor. Sadece bu afette tek tek yerinde yapılan inceleme.
nearly 3 million buildings have been impacted, and this means 6.5 million independent sections.
Ve kesin hasar tespit sonuçlarında gördüğümüz veri 680 bin yaklaşık konut, 170 bin ticari ünite, 23 bin ahır, depo gibi birim kullanılamayacak derecede hasar almıştır.
And following our final damage assessment, we have seen that 680,000 buildings and nearly 311,000 commercial buildings have been impacted in a way which cannot be used, so they were heavily damaged.
Bunlar sadece üst yapılarda meydana gelen hasarlardır. Birazdan İller Bankamızın yapacağı sunumda altyapılarda meydana gelen hasarın da büyüklüğü gözler önüne serilecektir.
And these figures just reflect the damages to the superstructure. Our Deputy Director General of İlbank will be delivering a presentation in regard to the damages to infrastructure.
Üst yapı hasar tespit incelemelerinde sadece konutlar incelenmemiş, kamuya ait bütün yapılar, okullar, hastaneler, adliye binaları, idari hizmet binaları gibi tüm yapılarda incelenmiştir.
And during our superstructure damage assessment, we didn't just inspected the housings, but also we have covered public institutions, for example, the hospitals, the courthouses, and the schools.
Bu haritada gördüğünüz siyah yerler yıkılmış olanları, mor olan renkler acilen yıkılıp çevre güvenliği için kaldırılması gerekenleri, kırmızılar ise ağır hasarlı olanları göstermektedir.
And in here, the black dots represents the buildings which were demolished. The purple ones represents the buildings which require immediate action to demolish in order to provide a safe environment for the citizens. And the red ones represents the heavily damaged buildings.
Hasar tespit çalışmaları devam ederken arama kurtarmanın doğru yapılabilmesi, enkazların iş güvenliği kurallarına riayet edilerek yapılabilmesi için yıkım çalışmalarını ve arama kurtarma çalışmalarını yapan tüm kurumlara da destek olunmuş, 24 saat kesintisiz bina izleme sistemleri devreye alınmıştır.
While providing our damage assessment services, we have supported the teams on site which were providing rescue and research work. There was a non-stop work on site for 24 hours, and the building safety system was activated to building monitoring activities.
Bu çalışmaların da katkısıyla depremde vefat edenlerin haricinde binaların yıkımının yapılmaması ya da kaldırmasının yapılmadığı için hayatını kaybeden ya da yaralanan kimse olmamıştır.
And thanks to our building monitoring services, there have been no casualties through the research and search and rescue efforts or damage assessment efforts. Only we have lost the ones during the earthquake.
Tüm kurumlar müthiş bir koordinasyon ve işbirliği içerisinde çalışmış. Bir taraftan hasar tespit çalışmaları, diğer taraftan yıkım, enkaz kaldırma, hak sahipliği ve yeniden yapılaşma çalışmaları başlatılmıştır.
All the institutions have provided extraordinary coordination during the earthquake. Not just search and rescue efforts, but also the buildings have been demolished, and also following these efforts, the identification of ownership for the buildings were continued with great coordination.
Depreminin ilk günlerinden itibaren bakanlığımız içerisinde de bir görev paylaşımı yapılmış. Merkezde Katlı Konutları Toplu Konut İdaresi Başkanlığı, Ticari Üniteleri Emlak Konut Genel Müdürlüğü ve köy konutlarının yapımı görevi de yine Yapı İşleri Genel Müdürlüğümüze verilmiştir.
Since day one, there have been assignments of works among the DGs of our Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. And the multi-story buildings were assigned to the DG of Housing, and also the commercial buildings were assigned to the responsibility of our construction works.
Az önce belirttiğim tüm kurumlar eş zamanlı ve vakit kaybetmeden çalışmalara başlamış, uygun yer seçimi, projelendirme, zemin inceleme çalışmaları gibi teknik çalışmaların sonucunda konutların yapımı başlamış. Hatta Nisan ayının 3. haftasında kırsalda gerçekleştirdiğimiz konutlardan ilk köylerin teslimi Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın teşrifleriyle gerçekleşmiştir.
And of course, the buildings in the rural areas were also assigned to a specific DG under our ministry. The simultaneous efforts of the DGs have continued with the reconstruction efforts, and without further ado, in the third week of April, through the great collaboration and efforts of our DG, we have provided the first buildings at rural areas, and the opening ceremony was organized with the participation of His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdoğan.
Aralık ayı itibariyle, içinde bulunduğumuz Aralık ayı itibariyle bu başladığımız konutlardan yaklaşık 40 bin, 50 bin konutun da teslimi yine gerçekleştirilecektir.
Since the first day, we have provided all the efforts in order to reconstruct the site, and in this December, there will be the handover of newly constructed buildings at the amount of 40,000 or 50,000.
Yine yardımlaşma ve işbirliği çerçevesi sadece kamu kurumlarının birbiriyle yardımlaşması değil, aynı zamanda tüm kamu birimlerinin kendi görev alanları çerçevesinde özel sektörde görev yapan meslektaşlarıyla, kişi ve kuruluşlarla da devam ettirilmiştir.
And surely this collaboration framework was not just within the public institutions, but also public institutions and the employees at the public institutions collaborated with private sector partners and individuals.
Bu süreç içerisinde ülkemize gerek arama kurtarma çalışmalarında, gerek mühendislik çalışmalarında iyi dilekleriyle madden ve manen katkıda bulunan birçok ülke olmuştur.
And in these times, numerous countries have provided their goodwill and efforts for search and rescue and for the efforts of aftermath.
Ben sunumumu burada bitirirken son cümle şunu ifade etmek istiyorum. Türkiye yardıma ihtiyacı olan herkese, her ülkeye, her insana yardım etmek üzere çalışmalarda bulunan ve bunu kendine prensip edinmiş bir ülkedir.
While concluding my presentation, I would like to lastly state that Turkey has this principle of helping and aiding all the countries which is in need.
Aynı şekilde kendisinin zor zamanlarında kendine destek olan insanları ve ülkeleri de asla unutmaz.
In the very same way, Turkey never forgets these countries which assist her during the times of help.
Bu çerçevede şu anda ekranda gördüğünüz sadece bir kısmı, işte Dünya Bankası, Azerbaycan, Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri gibi birçok ülkede bize destek oldu. Biz de hepsine teşekkür ediyorum. teşekkür ediyoruz ve beni dinlediğiniz için de teşekkür ediyor, saygılar sunuyorum.
Okay. And within this framework, the World Bank, Azerbaijan, and United Arab Emirates, and many other countries have assisted us. So we would like to thank them for their assistance. And thank you very much for your kind.
Thank you, Ms. Banu Aslan. Now, Mr. Emrah Baydemir will deliver his presentation.
Your Excellencies, Ministers, Honorable Directors, and distinguished participants, welcome to our program. I would like to deliver my special thanks to Her Excellency, DG of Construction Affairs, because during all earthquake, we have all effort together with her and her teams to analyze the damage and the devastating effects of earthquake in the related area. Actually, I would like to explain who we are as İlbank. İlbank is National Reconstruction and Development Bank in Turkey and affiliated institution of Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. Actually, before disasters like this earthquake, as İlbank, we have a lot of responsibilities, but our main working area is local authorities and municipalities in Turkey, and even before disasters and after disasters, we have to deliver risk mitigation and adaptation projects to municipalities in Turkey. Today, I will talk about emergency recovery municipal infrastructure projects, especially focusing on the earthquake occurred on 6th of February. İlbank is established in 1933 and over 90 years serving technical assistance and financing to local authorities and municipalities. İlbank bridges international finance to municipalities in order to narrow three gaps: planning, investment, and technologies to carry these local authorities to the future. Especially why we are talking these three gaps. We can find finance for investment and we can use our national sources or international finance for municipal projects, but without planning, we cannot carry these investments to the future, and during the operational period, we can do nothing. That's why taking into consideration the new topics of United Nations and all international institutions such as climate change, drought, and other issues, first of all, we have to make planning for our local authorities, narrowing gap about planning, and then we have to make investment, deliver our finance to investment projects, and when we are financing local authorities for investment projects, also we have to provide, carry out know-how and technologies, new technologies for local authorities in Turkey. In recent years, not only Turkish municipalities, all over the world, all local authorities face a lot of disasters because of the negative effects of climate change. Actually, extreme heat, droughts, water scarcity, wildfires, and we know that these are engines of economic development in all countries, and especially in Turkey, with several potential risks. So we have to make risk mitigation projects all for these disasters, and we have to bring all finance these projects with a multi-sectoral approach. For example, if we make a project for environmental infrastructure of a city, for example, drinking water projects, at the same time, we are combating with droughts, we are combating with water scarcity, and also we are combating with non-revenue waters, so this means we are providing financial sustainability to municipality. At the same time, if we decrease the non-revenue water ratio, this means we consume less energy and we have a positive contribution to climate change issues because over the 7% of our energy coming from carbon resources. And the biggest disaster that we faced in this century, even we can define as the disaster of the millennium, the earthquakes and aftershocks have caused catastrophic devastation in this area and especially in the city centers. So after the earthquake occurred, together with DG's team, we have started as İlbank the municipal damages, infrastructural damages, transportational damages, and what we can do immediately for host communities because at the same time as living is ongoing on that area. Actually, in the first month, as İlbank, we make maintenance for environmental infrastructure for temporary buildings or some host communities living in their permanent buildings. And actually, after 1 month, we deliver our infrastructural service to local authorities because we have to provide sanitation for communities in that earthquake area. But after earthquake, we have to do a lot of things, and what we'll do. So, with our İlbank team, we visit all city centers and even neighborhoods, and we have a project pipeline project list. But how we assess and how we obtain this pipeline? Yes, in the first month we make damage assessment, but then for the huge projects we need a needs assessment study. So in the April of 2023, after 2 months of earthquake, we start needs assessment study in all area. Actually, you know, the earthquake has devastating effect in a vast area, so nearly 15 city centers and the province within the cities, we have to complete these needs assessment studies. And at the beginning of November, last month, we obtained the draft needs assessment report, and we shared with Strategy and Budget Office in Turkey and Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Treasury how we can finance these projects. Because you can easily see that the need assessment study indicates us that requests from needs from municipalities and local authorities are over 3 billion euros in the region. And 2.5 million euros for environmental infrastructure and remaining for disaster management, municipal service buildings that collapsed in the earthquake, urban transportation projects, and purchasing of some vehicle and equipments which will serve to host communities under the responsibility of municipality in the region. So, as İlbank, we have national resources, but the requests and the needs are huge. How we finance these local authorities? As İlbank, we have started our discussions with international financial institutions and European Union also. Early technical discussions and negotiations has started in March, but we continue. Now, preparation activities are ongoing with 4 IFIs, World Bank, JICA, European Investment Bank, and European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. And İlbank has signed agreements with World Bank and European Investment Bank in last 2 months, and probably in this month and next month we'll sign loan agreements with JICA and EBRD. Actually, we are financing nearly 1.5 billion euros to local authorities within the budget of 4 IFIs, but we need much more. So we are continuing discussions with Islamic Development Bank and French Development Agency to bring more finance for the region. What we are doing when we will provide this finance, this is very important. Actually, now we'll serve at the first 1.5 billion euros to the local authorities for damaged environmental infrastructure, but we need much more. So these projects are not only earthquake projects, also we finance local authorities, and these are drinking network projects, sewage projects, and also zero waste projects, wastewater treatment projects, all have contribution, positive contribution to combating climate change issues. So we have to change our mind and to focus a multi-sectoral approach when we finance local authorities in the region. We know that when we construct a water network, it operates over 40 years in the region. So we combat with drought, we provide we provide most power to municipalities to reduce their carbon emissions because they use less energy to provide water. At the same time, we'll prevent water transfer between the water residents. It is very important when we look at the climate change issues. And we provide financial sustainability. Within this integrated project management and multi-sectoral approach, we achieve a lot of things together with our local authorities in the region. Actually, I told about the critical points, what we have to focus on when we proceed these projects in the earthquake area. Actually, at the same time, when we are making risk adaptation projects, we have to focus on green topic, and we don't want to make green painting in the area. We have to really produce green projects, and we have to focus on partnership. Actually, with our international partners and national partners, will proceed these projects. Also, innovation is very important because bringing finance, you have to provide innovation to the local authorities at the same time, yeah, and complementarity and straightforward are the issues for our next generations and going forward and to future. Actually, we are, this is a small map about our international finance projects and how we transfer our global know-how to local project management mechanism. Actually, we are defining our strategies, making needs assessment studies, and then we find finance. We are working with IFIs and transferring this finance and technologies to local authorities. But if we are talking about municipalities, local authorities, we have to take into consideration the needs of civil societies and their comments of NGOs and other components of local authorities. So taking into consideration of each element of these maps, we provide sustainability at the end. Thank you for very much listening us. Together with Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, we are all in support of local authorities in Turkey. Maybe together with our ministry, we'll deliver our experience to abroad in a very soon future, coming future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Emrah Baydemir. Before finalizing our session for now, you may ask questions if you have. Otherwise, we will be closing it. Okay. Thank you very much for listening and attending. Our next session will start at 11, half to 11. Thank you.
Ses 1-2. Ses 1-2. Hey. Ses.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Sound check, test. Check, check.
Her şey, o şu an durdu, durmasına bakmayın, ben arka planda bir şey yapıyorum diye. Onu ben döndüreceğim. Şu an ne diyor mesela? O bir şey yapıyorum, ben onu döndüreceğim şimdi. Dönüyor.
Check, check. Sound check, test. Test. Check, sound check, test. Test 1, 2. Check, check. Check, check, check. Sound check. Check. Check, check.
Yok, dik çek. Tamam. Yo yo, yaklaştırmadan çek. Onu hallederim ben.
Check, check, sound check, test 1, 2. Check, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, check, sound check, test 1, 2. 1, 2, check, sound check, test 1, 2.
Onu ben ne diyeyim? Sizin bu şeye mi geçeyim tekrar? Tamam. Dördüncü kişi dedim bunu açalım. Ben ha bro gel.
No problem. Check, check. I'm sorry. Check, check. Sound check, test 1, 2. 1, 2, check, Q. Q, check, sound check, test 1, 2. 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, check, sound check.
Bayağı çektiniz herhalde. Bir de şurayı da alabilir misiniz? Doğru, süper.
Önce bir Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our side event, uh, which is hosting by the Ministry of Health of Republic of Turkey. Actually, the name of our event is very clear. We will discuss today and give information to our participants about the climate-sensitive health system and roles of the health infrastructure, Turkey's public-private partnership cases. Actually, as the health sector, we called climate change as the health crisis because it is directly affecting the human health. Indeed, in many respect of this crisis, human health is directly affecting, and also it burdens a very big challenge to our health systems, in the meaning of the disease burden, and also it causes a very big burden to our infrastructure. And we believe that this crisis also occurring a very big responsibilities to us on the meaning of mitigation and also adaptation. The role of the health system is not directly on the responsive side to challenge about the negative effect of this crisis, and we have also some responsibilities also on the mitigation side. But today we will discuss about the preparedness side and the effectiveness of our health infrastructure, because infrastructure is one of the biggest pillar of the health system to respond to the challenge, big crisis like that. We have today 3 panelists and speaker we will discuss. And first of all, I would like to invite expert Elif Tosun from our ministry. She's an expert on the public health and environment side. And also we have head of department. She's responsible for the health infrastructure in the ministry, Mrs. Hülya Arıkan. And also we have a partner from international side, Mr. Nur Özbağdatlı. Yeah, sorry, Özbağdatlı from UNDP. But before starting, as we all know, for the successful policies, we need political determination and political support. So in the ministry's disposition, Honorable Deputy Minister Dr. Tolga Tolunay, Deputy Minister of Health, is with us, and I would like to invite him at the beginning as a keynote speaker for the political perspective. Yes, sir.
Dear participants, Turkish participants among us know it very well, and I'm sure that there are similar sayings in other languages and cultures. That is, everything is for human being. When we ask the basic needs of people who are the center of all policies, the most common answer will be health. Then the clearest message that will emerge from this simple connection is that everything is for human health, as we all agree. In line with this, it's not possible to exclude climate change from health policies, which deeply affects human health. As the Ministry of Health, we are already working to prepare our health systems against all health threats and strengthen our response capacity within the framework of the holistic threat approach. Responding to health emergencies caused by extreme weather and climate events, which is brought about by the climate crisis, is one of our primary duties to our citizens. We are quite prepared in this regard. However, we are aware of the need to review our future plans in line with the reality of climate change and global warming. We are aware of the effects of crisis on biodiversity and that these effects pose new tests for us regarding biodiversity, especially change in vector diseases. Of course, it's clear that a strong health infrastructure is needed in order to strongly implement the policies put forward and provide uninterrupted health services. We approach the issue of infrastructures from two perspectives in line with the necessity of combating climate change. Of course, whole infrastructure and the services I mentioned above must be quality and accessible to meet the needs of our citizens. On the other hand, we are aware that as all in policies, we have duties in terms of providing health services with an understanding that is sensitive to climate change and the environment. This awareness directly affects our health infrastructure, renewal and construction policies. The projections of these policies can be clearly seen in the health infrastructure reform that Turkey has recently initiated and which public-private partnership is used as a very important tool. On the occasion of this event, my colleagues will soon share the details of our policy practices with all national and international stakeholders. I would like to thank both my team, the participants, and the Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for coordinating this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your support, for your leadership and unprecedented leadership for our studies on this area. Now, we will start with our first speaker. I would like to invite Elif Tosun. She is working in the General Directorate for Public Health, and she is expert in the environment and health side. Yes, Elif.
Thank you, Mr. Irmak. I want to start my presentation with From Policy to Action, Climate Health Implementation in Turkey. The reports say that the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events are increasing and pressures on health increasing too. In the near future, impact will be more serious. Vulnerability has a key role on health. Exposure pathway is very complicated, as you see, air quality, extreme weather events, heat stress, water quality and quantity, food security and safety, and vector distribution and ecology are all exposure pathway. And according to research, all people will be exposed to impacts of climate change, but some people may be more vulnerable. Climate-sensitive health risks have lots of outcomes, as you see. But the question is crucial. How can we decrease the impact? Governments need to develop national adaptation plans, NAPs, as part of their commitment to UNFCCC. This is a crucial step to protect health from the climate change. Climate change brings lots of problems, so we need to find some solutions by actions. Climate policies and health policies should be integrated together. Interactions are very important. I want to ask a question, all of us. How can governments include health-related issues into their national policies and strategies? Let's think. my answer is putting health at the heart of climate action. In Turkey, we have a national adaptation plan, new version about to complete. According to NAP, to minimize the negative effects of climate change on health, Ministry of Health has been initiated the action plan. It dates back approximately 10 years. This is our Health National Adaptation Plan. This is on the revision. Our plans aim, as you see, to protect our people from negative health effects of climate change, to take the necessary health measures for disasters situations, to prepare the necessary infrastructure and human sources. I want to show you our implementations as a timeline, but maybe firstly, in the plan, we have some targets. According to plan, the targets are reducing the impact of extreme events and results of natural disaster on human health, strengthening the institutional infrastructure, ensuring water and food security, combating water and foodborne diseases, work for vulnerable peoples, especially to prevent by negative effects of climate change. Another target, rising public awareness. And then another target, reducing the negative contributions of health institutions. And the last target is important, monitoring and evaluation. I want to show you as a timeline our implementations. As you see, in the extreme temperature increase and most directly impact of global climate change is increasing temperatures. So we prepared a circular letter on heat waves and health to guide and support our works. And then climate change action plan Turkey started on these years. Then our ministry started to work on adaptation to climate change issues. Some workshops done, and then we prepare a national program and action plan for reducing the health effects of climate change on these years. As you see, multi-stakeholder issues are important. Our ministry developed a multi-stakeholder health responsibility program to protect and promote health. In this program, we have a climate change approach to solve the problems together, and then the national plan released after some changes, enhancing the requires joint efforts of climate change action. You know, İklim. We have a module on effects of climate change on human health, and then as I said before, we need to revision on our plan, and works are starts. After these preparations, health security project in Turkey, we have a project on this, workshops on prioritization of acute public health threats for early warning and response systems. On this project, we have a climate change scenarios to find the threats of health. Also, we prepare the profile. The profile is about health and climate change, about Turkey, and after the works, we have a portfolio. We prepared a portfolio. The portfolio has includes an climate change adaptation, resilience, and mitigation agenda for Turkey to support the decision-making process. And then lastly, you will see the ongoing issues. We have a IPA project proposal. We are preparing a project to strengthen the capacity of Ministry of Health to reduce the health effects of climate change, and then the revision plan works are ongoing. As you see, last but not least, these are some examples, the awareness examples of our ministry brochures and social media shares. Awareness examples are important. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the nice presentation. As we clearly see from the presentation, climate change is at the center of the human health, and it is directly affecting the human health and the health policies. And public health policies is at the center of, at the beginning of this preparedness and adaptation policies. Hereby, I would like to take this opportunity also to thank the Professor Dr. Sedat Kaygusuz. He is the Director General for Public Health, and his guidance and his participation with us is very important. Thank you, Professor. Now I would like to invite Hülya Arıkan. She is head of department in the ministry, and she is working in the health investment side. And as we know, health infrastructure is very important for the preparedness and response of the health systems to this crisis. And she will talk about Turkey's biggest health infrastructure reform process, which is called PPP project in the reform process. Yes, Hülya, please.
Thank you. Before I start my presentation, I would like to welcome you all. My name is Hülya Arıkan. I am head of Medical and Operation Planning Department in PPP projects. Our mission is to construct and renovate our health infrastructures. So 2003 is the date we implement our health transformation program. With that we can modernize our health facilities simultaneously all around the country. As you can see from the map, we have spread our PPP contracts all around the country, and 17 of them in operation and 1 under construction. That means that we operate on 70,000 of bed capacity and 600 to come. And transport projects. Over the years, we gained the necessary knowledge from the private sector, from feasibility to operations, so we can build our city hospitals with our central government budget. It's just a budget decision. They all have the same quality and standards. So how can we summarize the environmentally friendly hospitals? Our key concerns are energy efficient building design, renewable energy usage, water conservation, waste reduction, and non-toxic chemical management. And PPP model also introduced briefly as follows. Our aim is to minimize environmental impact and promote health and well-being of the patients and staff while doing so. So, sustainable design and infrastructure is the foundation of our design. We leverage green building materials while we construct our buildings, and it shows our deep commitment to eco-friendly practices and community health. For the energy efficiency, occupancy sensor is one of our key implementation. And the renewable energy usage, rather than the utilizing energy usage, we also diversify our energy source. So for solar power in PPP hospitals, there are some different hospital examples in different sizes of hospitals, actually. So pros and cons, main physical advantages of the PPP hospitals can be seen in the screen. When we come back to the foundation, energy efficiency is our key concern. LED lighting and daylight harvesting benefits us in many ways. With the help of smart HVAC, we can minimize our need for energy usage. Also, regeneration is our cornerstone in our PPP hospitals. With the help of that, we can save up to 35% of energy saving. Also, regeneration in our PPP hospitals, they are in different sizes. The last one was not operating in 2021. When we come back to our first slide, environmental impact reduction is also a key concern for us. For the waste reduction, waste segregation at the source is one of the most important parts for us. With that, we have a strict waste management protocol. Also, if we take one step further, PPP hospitals aims to be paperless. All of them are in stage 6, which is the last step before the paperless hospitals. And we have 2 paperless hospitals, stage 7 hospitals, PPP hospitals in Turkey. They become 2 of the 15 paperless hospitals all around Europe. Also, we have 5 more paperless hospitals in Turkey without the PPP concern. For the water conservation, using greywater recycling and rainwater harvesting results with 6% of water usage. And we also need to reduce chemical exposure to health for both patients and the staff with the using of green products. And for the incorporating biophilic design, we try to preserve our ecosystems. So besides from these environmental advantages, these are our valid reasons to choose PPP model. Also, rather than the mentioned benefits, PPP contracts is a partnership between public and private. 2 of our contractors started to build new PPP projects in 2 different countries. So these are PPP hospitals in operation. As I mentioned before, these are 27,000 bed capacity and over 9 million square meter closed area. So a daily life in a PPP. This is the biggest hospital we have. Biggest in Europe also, and 3rd largest all around the world. And with the help of our contract, we Thank you.
Thank you, Hülya, for the presentation. Actually, as I mentioned at the before, the responsibility of the health sector is not just for the preparedness and the adaptation of this crisis. Also, health sector some responsibilities at the mitigation side. And for the mitigation side, we need environmental friendly infrastructure, but also environmental friendly infrastructure requires financial support and new kind of cooperations at the international side. We have Mr. Nuri Özbağdatlı from UNDP today with us, and he will mention about the new modalities and cooperation areas at the international side with UNDP and the WHO. Yes, Nuri, please.
His Excellency Deputy Minister and colleagues, thank you very much for inviting UNDP. Thanks to Ministry of Health for great work. We are doing amazing. And also Government of Turkey for climate change actions. And maybe you as know, we have been working with WHO, World Health Organization, as UN Development Program. And since 2018, our work is focusing on universal health coverage, health emergencies, health and environment nexus, which are directly linked with the climate resilience and sustainable health systems. And I also acknowledge the COP28's Climate and Health Declaration, and I heard that the government of Turkey is also in the endorsement process, and it will be 124 countries, hopefully, once we will have endorsed. And I work in UNDP's Climate Hub, and my job is about climate strategies and policies for Europe and Central Asia. So I cover 19 countries, including Turkey, from Western Balkans, Central Asia, Southeastern European Partnership. And in Climate Promise, under the Climate Hub, we work more than with 120 countries to support National Determined Contributions, NDCs, and National Adaptation Plans, NAPs. As highlighted with the presentations, Government of Turkey has a very good steps in terms of linkaging health system with the adaptation to climate change and also mitigation to climate change. And climate and health issue is really not about only mitigation, but also adaptation. And I'm proud to say, as UNDP, with our adaptation portfolio, we touched more than 23 million people with increased access to drinking water and more than 82 million people with more resilient livelihoods. And with the climate and health nexus, we are more focusing on the monitoring evaluation strategies and, of course, listing the climate sensitive disease and also digitalization and surely finance. And when we see at the globe from the countries needs more capacity to develop climate investment. And with this climate investment, it is not only public finance, but also private finance. And it is not only domestic, but also international finance. And we have been working with several organizations in terms of finance. Green Climate Fund is one of them, where government of Turkey doesn't have an access. But with this Green Climate Fund and World Health Organization partnership, yesterday we announced a new investment facility. And tomorrow at COP28 Health Pavilion, we will detail this facility. And this facility is to create a global multi-partner co-investment environment. And here we will start with a project with 14 countries from Africa, Asia, and Southern Europe. And with these 14 countries, we are seeking to deploy $122 million. And we need to, as UNDP and partnership with World Health Organization, bridge the needs of the health system, which includes all the value chain, and also the investment opportunities and the donor countries and other organizations. And I'm very proud to also hear that Turkey is revising its national adaptation plan with specific health sector at national level and also municipal level. And with that, when I hear from the Minister of Health colleagues about the specific health strategies and policies for climate change, I believe it will be an opportunity for government of Turkey to share these experience with the regional level. And as living and experiencing different countries, I'm always seeing that the health system in Turkey is very resilient and much better compared to the other regional levels. And after experiencing the earthquake in 6 February, we saw the resilience of the health system is also important when there is the multiple risks, not only climate risk, but when it is linked with the other risks. And with this side event, I would like to announce tomorrow's at COP28 Health Pavilion event about this investment facility. And I would like to invite you to our event there. And with this opportunity, I again would like to thank the government of Turkey, Minister of Health, Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, and highlighting again UNDP will continue as a reliable partner for fighting to climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nuri, for the presentation and your words. Actually, as you mentioned, Turkey has a good and resilient health system for this crisis, and every time Turkey is ready to be a very strong partnership of these international initiatives. Thank you very much. Actually, we have enough. We finalized our presentation, and we have time. I can take a few questions from the floor if you have any questions at the Q&A session. Otherwise, I will finalize our sessions. I see none, so thank you for your participation and being and support our event today with us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello. So, thank you very much for all coming and sparing your time today with us. We are a bit excited about our panel, and I would like to introduce our panelists. Mr. Umberto Lopez, the country director of Turkey for IBRD, and we have Gökçe Hanım, head of sustainability, and she's representing Eczacıbaşı Yapı. And we have our representative from Agence France Development, Laurent. Welcome. It's very nice to have you here too. And last but not least, we have our representative from FIBA Energy, and she is Özlem Çolak, and she's going to share with us her own perspective. So we don't want to take your time with, some heavy agenda, but today we are here to discuss about the, we are at COP28, about the needs on climate risk mitigation and adaptation for what? For net zero transition of our all ambitious targets, and Turkey has its own targets as well. And in relation to that, we have private sector companies from different sectors, I would say, and we have a very important multilateral development bank, and we have a very important national and regional, I would say, development bank. And from our point of view, we need financing while we have the agenda on the already identified risks, and the financing gap already this morning disclosed by some reports. There are several reports, but one single report that we could address is McKinsey's today's release, that there is a $40 trillion of financing gap needed, even in taking into consideration the private public sector blended financing to reach the net zero target emissions, and for the next decade only. So we are here to discuss are ambitious. So by that means, I would like to kindly extend the very first words to hear about IBRD's agenda. And IBRD has been a very key party to TSKB, and they've been very instrumental to our efforts in Turkey as a development and investment bank, and only privately owned one. And we are learning from IBRD, and we are extending our practices, best uses to private sector companies in Turkey. And we have many things to do in Turkey, and I would like to kindly leave the word to Umberto Bey. Thank you. Welcome.
No, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to be sharing with all of you a few thoughts. Just let me start by putting into context the challenge that we have ahead. A couple of years ago in the bank, we published what we call the CCDR, the Climate Change Development Review, and we were estimating what would be the cost for Turkey to reach the net zero target in 2053 and add resilience to the sector to that. And what we were estimating at the time is that between now and 2040, there would be a need of around $640 billion. So this is net present value. So you put this is in flow, 6% discount rate that we were using. This takes us to what? $1.3 billion, 130% of today's GDP, more or less. So just putting in context, the numbers are not small. The numbers are huge. If to this we add that these are not the only needs in the country. When you look at the resilience part in Turkey and the earthquake resilience particularly, we also had an estimate that the cost of retrofitting housing in Turkey to be resilient to earthquakes would be around $460 billion. And just going to the last issue that we had in February this year, the estimates needed to address the challenges of the earthquake were estimated around $100 billion. You add all these numbers, you are already, again, net present value of net zero target, resilience to earthquakes, recovery and reconstruction from the earthquake, and you are in $1.3 billion. These numbers are stratospheric when you start looking. You can put them on an annual basis. You can put it in whatever way you want. And clearly, what this means, or at least the way we read that in the bank, is that it's not just the private sector, it's not just the government, it's not just a multilateral institution, whether it's IFC on our side working with the private sector or the bank with the public sector. We have found ways to work all together, see how we leverage each other, see how the public sector can de-risk a little bit the private sector to move forward in this direction. Meral, you were mentioning what we have been doing with TSKB, and really, and not only with TSKB, also with TKYB, we have been working, and we have an operation under preparation. What we are trying to do is a couple of things. One is to find vehicles that are going to mobilize equity. This is the first time we do this in the bank. And this is money to a development bank to create an investment fund that will attract private sector money, and that this will be used to invest in equity in the firms. And the second is lending, direct lending to the development banks, so that they can use this on the liability side to leverage additional resources and to basically lend to the to the private sector. The difference is that when we put money into the development banks, we put it in on a long-term horizon, and clearly this can be extremely useful in a country like Turkey, where long-term financing is not basically the rule for all the private sector. In September, we announced that the World Bank will commit for the coming years $18 billion. This is new money, in addition to the $17 billion that we have already under implementation. This is a recognition to the ambitions of the plans that the government has on the climate change agenda, a response to the needs of the earthquake. And let me add also something that is important also when we are talking about mobilizing finance, the improvements that we have seen on the macro side. I think that what the government has been doing since May, since the elections, I think has to be recognized. It's not only us saying that. On Friday, Standard & Poor's already moved the outlook for Turkey from neutral to positive. Before, Moody's have moved it from negative to neutral. So hopefully in a few months, we are going to see an upgrade in the rating, and this is going to be helping the country, but also to the private sector.
Thank you also for your very valuable contribution by TGF and Turkey Green Fund. We are very excited on that, and I think it's very good. It's a very good highlight for today's discussions as well, considering the private capital mobilization. Taking from here, I would like to kindly return Gökçe Hanım. Gökçe Hanım, as I said, representing Eczacıbaşı, and we know that they have several instruments and ways to share their expertise. And could you kindly share, Gökçe Hanım, your experience about the dimensions of the climate risks that you are facing or you shall be facing, and your individual operations, processes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So Eczacıbaşı Building Products, for those who doesn't know, we are the manufacturer for whole bathroom products division, including ceramics, faucets, furniture, and everything. And we export to almost 100 countries in the world. And we have a huge supply chain from our distributors to our suppliers. And we have almost like 2,000 suppliers all over the world. So and when we consider the risks and the upcoming risks, we consider them in 3 subsections, I can conclude. So we start with production, let's say. In the production side, from the ceramic perspective, we are a highly energy intense sector. So this is why we're not in the first phase of CBAM, but we will be in the second phase, we consider. And we have a target in carbon roadmap, which we are working with all our group subsidiaries. And this is one of the biggest challenges we have in terms of carbon emissions and all the upcoming legislations. But just regarding the carbon roadmap, I can say our production is highly dependent on natural gas and energy. And that means that we need huge financial support in terms of changing our production behavior, changing our product innovations and everything. So, and also we have huge targets and ambition in growing our production, which we currently received a financial fund from TCKB, and this is why we're investing on our new factories as well. So what we consider here, we try to make all of our factories as much as sustainable we can do, and this means we need investment on the energy side, water treatment side, and everything, and these are hugely impacted by the financial side, I can say. On the other side, we have our own innovation center, and we are focusing on the product level, and we try to change our products even starting from the scratch, from the design phase. So maybe it doesn't seem as the biggest financial side, but all the manufacturers, I think, need huge support in terms of their product development side and research phases. And on the other hand, in the product level I mentioned, but also we have a lot of risks coming from people side, depending on our suppliers mainly. For example, upcoming legislations for German Supply Chain Act law, CSRD, all these like reporting phases, we need to change how we manufacture, distribute, sell, market, everything. So this is a whole loop for us to consider the risks in terms of, okay, I continue. Okay. So in terms of starting from the scratch of a product till the production, till the supply chain and everything, so we consider all of that. And like I mentioned, new factories is a huge opportunity for us to change our production level. And I can say that maybe I can mention these in the second phase, what we are already doing in the project, but main risks are coming from the legislations, and all the legislations are linked to our pillars, let's say, in terms of financial requirements. I can summarize.
Thank you, Gökçe Hanım. Yes, regulations are there. We need to adapt them, and for these purposes, the identification of the risks, and then, as you say, the defining the net zero path and making the investments is the key. Thank you. So that being said, I would like to turn back to now Laurent. Laurent is from Agence France Développement, and thank you, Laurent, as sustainable finance expert. You're spending your time with us today. And with Agence France Développement, we have a very long-standing relationship as well. And you've been investing in Turkey for climate focus, and we know the AFD's climate agenda. By 2030, nearly 100% to be Paris aligned. So the agenda is mutual, I suppose. And that being said, I would like to ask you, Laurent, as the Paris Agreement stands at the core of the activities, as I said, in AFD Group's mandate, how do you see the institutions like AFD to support countries like developing countries like Turkey? Please.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. It's a privilege to be able to share our thoughts on Paris alignment and how we work with the countries, with our partner countries and institutions. So yes, we've been committed to aligning all of our operations with the Paris Agreement for a few years now, and this translates into an institution-wide strategy, and obviously involves in some objectives in terms of climate finance. So we extend around 12 billion euros of loans per year, and half of that has climate co-benefits. So it's climate finance, we as does the World Bank, we work with a wide variety of tools and borrowers and partners, working with national development banks and financial institutions, more generally speaking, is crucial, because it's a way to have leverage over and beyond our own balance sheet, to have an interesting multiplier effect when we think about impact. That being said, half of 12 billion is 6 billion per year. If you multiply that by the number of national and multilateral development banks, we're not even close to the amounts that Mr. Lopez mentioned, right? We need to move from the...
Apologies for this.
No
I guess
problem.
they're taking care of it.
Yes.
So the
Okay.
next pavilion, but still we have it. Apologies, please.
Sure, no problem. Moving from the billions to the trillions, you've all heard the phrase. This means doing the maximum and trying to leverage our balance sheet. This means trying to mobilize the private sector, in particular through public-private partnerships, through de-risking the private sector. This is key, and we need to raise our ambitions collectively on this particular agenda. I think you've all probably heard that before. I wanted to add maybe something else, which is that financing the SDGs and climate mitigation and adaptation goals in particular is not only about raising the volumes of financing, it's also about shifting the current flows and stocks of financing from non-sustainable to sustainable assets. And so it's not just about raising the quantum of financing offering that we have as banks, development banks, even national development banks and private financial institutions. It's also about supporting governments, companies, financial institutions to develop strategies and pathways for mitigation and adaptation, and this as an international development bank is something that is key, because when you look at our potential impact, it's probably where we are likely to have the most impact. And so, we're here at COP, and you might be aware, obviously, that there's ongoing negotiations on the NCQG, for example, the climate finance regime post 2030. So this finance regime obviously will have to include some kind of will have to take into account not only the quantity but the quality of finance. So this is an ongoing theme, and concretely what this means, for example, is that we should also identify and make sure we incentivize the investments in terms of human resources and also grant funding towards technical assistance, cooperation, for basically supporting strategies of companies, financial institutions, and public policies. Maybe one last word before I hand over the microphone. I would like to insist that, especially in Turkey, I'm not sure that AFD, for example, has a lot to teach. I think we have a lot to learn, and I think we're here to share together on what are the best experiences. In particular, when you look at TSKB, and we feel it's a privilege to be working with TSKB. They've taken on particular strategies and metrics and targets, which actually we haven't, although we consider ourselves perfectly Paris aligned for a number of different reasons. And so it's really interesting, I think, to compare and contrast different approaches to Paris alignment, whether they are qualitative or quantitative, and actually learn from each other going forward. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurent. It's a very communicated and collaborated world, and we are doing it all together. Thanks for your kind words. It's also the same on our side. And what we are also hearing from you, perhaps, is the interconnectedness between, among the sectors. So finding out the most important ones, and also mitigating the social side of the story, I would say, and managing the public institutions accordingly as well. So that's also an important task to do. Thank you. And for the first tour of the questions now, we are getting back to Özlem Hanım. Özlem Hanım is FIBA Renewable, representing FIBA Renewable Energy. It's a company established in 2007, including and regarding Turkey's renewable energy targets. Please, would you like to put your perspective on the physical risks and transition risks in Turkey you are facing related with the climate? Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. It's a delight to be here with you. Let me introduce my company first. We are a part of the FIBA group. FIBA Group is a big group in Turkey, and it's operating in 72 companies across 11 countries. And we are on the renewable energy side of the FIBA Group, and we have 14 new wind power plants and 5 solar power plants in Turkey. We take pride of being the sole investor among the top 5 wind power plant investors, publishing a sustainability report every year. And I want to mention that our activities in the key areas of fight against climate crisis, emission management, and green and reliable energy production, and we have prioritized this within the framework of our sustainability strategy. And our commitment to these objectives is systematically assessed in our sustainability committee and in our sub-working groups. So we are actually fostering a collaborative, continuous improvement across our companies. And one notable initiative we have led in the sustainability committee is the corporate risk and opportunity analysis. It's a very important part of our sustainability strategy and also a very important part of our report. And in this comprehensive analysis, we try to categorize our risks through environmental, legal, financial, human-based, and macroeconomic perspectives. And actually, this enables us to measure and address our key risks in the renewable energy sector. And we are adhering to the guidelines of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, and we have a detailed assessment of our risks, classifying them into physical and also transitional transition risks, and we are based on this established criteria. And our current risk assessment, we have one of the physical risks we have identified is climate-related risks, and we are in the renewable energy sector. We have mainly wind power based, and because of the climate change, we have many risks actually. It's about the extreme weather conditions, and we can't assume what the wind power conditions will be in the following years, and it's a very big risk on our side.
Perhaps heat waves, and then it affects the turbines' power too.
Yes, exactly. And actually, it's not a direct threat to our production capabilities. Actually, it poses very high risk on the energy supply of the whole country, and it's a big risk on our side. And we also systematically assess our requirements within the framework of our new investment projects. And in this context, I want to mention the risks on the financing side and as well as on the supply chain management side. The challenges associated with the financing amid these changing economic conditions are closely examined throughout our investment processes. And as you know, we are also working with TTKB for many years, and the financial compliance is, I think it's very important for the renewable energy sector because setting all these compliance criteria by the financial institutions, it's very important, but it puts a very high burden on the investor side. We have many international standards and conformity requirements we have to follow, and the failure to meet these obligations, it's a very significant risk for our cash flow and also for our financial stability. But maybe on the other round, I will tell about all the strategic movements we have made to reduce this risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Of course, we will be discussing around those. And now, going back to Umberto again, the CCDR that you kindly mentioned is kind of a very good guidance on us, and we're still working on that. For example, that was saying and leading us that 80% is needed for renewable energy capacity in Turkey. So we have many things to do, not only for renewables, but also the manufacturing industry. And we've talked about the private capitalization, capital mobilization, and with this TGF, we are excited because we will be there working on heavily as an equity investment. It's going to be very pilot and very innovative for us. I think we need to find basis for such innovative products further. Other than that, we will not be able to fill the gap that we've been and you've been kindly explaining. So, would you like to elaborate on your experience for Turkey and your future plans and what is needed, please?
Basically, building on what I was saying, our experience with Turkey is that of an extremely ambitious country. When you look at the renewable energy plan that was included in the National Energy Plan published in February, it includes a target of installing 60 gigawatts of renewables from here to 2035. This is the most ambitious plan that we have seen in any emerging country other than China and India. And China and India clearly is size. So when you start looking at a country that goes in that direction, obviously you have to recognize the effort. Now you look at this plan, you add the transmission, you add the distribution. We are talking about what? $100 billion. And apologies because I'm throwing $1 billion on one side of the table and the other side of the table that without control. No? But $100 billion that need to come 90% from the private sector takes me to where I was before. That requires ways to work together. How we are going to leverage one on the other. How we are going to learn from the others. Again, we are pushing the envelope on the bank, both the operation that was approved and the operation where we are working with TSKB and TKYB, they are first timers in the bank. And on top of that, we have also an operation with Exim Bank, where we are trying is also to put long-term financing so that firms can adjust to the European Union CBAM mechanism. Once again, this is a new one because this is the first time that we are using a guarantee in the bank for the greening of the industry. So we are trying to push it at the limit, and what we are trying is to see how we are going to be able to attract private sector, basically by de-risking a little bit the role of the private sector.
Thank you, Umberto. So creating the market is key, and we will be there hopefully. So again, I would like to turn back to Gökçe Hanım. We've been discussing on the base of what we've been discussing so far. Would you like to continue about your mitigation plans to such risks of yours, please?
This is the best part to explain. So we have we have a good ambition to grow our manufacturing capacity, and by the amount I can say we want to increase our production capacity by 50% in the upcoming 5 years. So this means we invested on our new factories, but also we are investing on renewable energy solutions regarding, of course, the CBAM kind of regulations, but also to protect our planet in the near future. So we have a target to, we already started our renewable energy implementations in our factories, and by 2025 we will cover all our roofs with solar energy, which we are in connection with TCKB in terms of funding. And then when we have this all roofs covered, we will cover only 30% of our electricity. So this means that we need further ambition in the renewables. And for that one, we're looking for off-site projects that we can, look for wind power, solar power, and maybe work with other partners in the renewable energy sector. So this is why we need more collaboration. On the other hand, we of course seek for the future alternatives of hydrogen and other energy sources. So we have an upcoming project in public-private partnership with Germany, and we will look for opportunities in the green hydrogen. And also, I said research and innovation is a big part of our process. So we have many collaborations, including UK, Germany, and of course Turkey, to look for alternative production methodologies. And this is why we're investing on this part as well. And of course, on the other hand, our products are being used in bathrooms, as you can imagine. So our maybe biggest challenge is the water scarcity in the world. So if we don't come up with solutions and projects in terms of water, we won't have products to sell to people so that they will use water consuming products. So this is another topic for our risk mitigation. So we look for, especially starting from Turkey, of course, we're looking what is the situation in water scarcity and how we can proceed with alternative projects. And last but not least, I said people, and we have a huge supply chain. And starting from our distributors, maybe I can come back to that, but we are starting a 2 years project in carbon roadmap, and we will cover all our operations and supply chain in terms of to see the risk and of course seeing the carbon emissions in all scopes. And then it will followed by SBTi, TCFD reporting and everything. So we have a long way in the upcoming years. And when I go back to the people side, we really pay attention to our suppliers. So we want them to regenerate their own businesses with us. So we are trying to have a special funding for our suppliers and distributors. We just kicked off the project for our distributors, and we are kind of funding their renewable energy transformation. So we support them in their own businesses by 50% contributing to their transformation. And also in the supply chain, we are investing on new digital solutions, technology solutions, and of course, like logistic is a big part. So we are working with our partners, like big logistic firms, to kind of fund our own green logistic line. So these are main upcoming projects in our loop.
This is actually quite impressive to hear, and we believe that we will be having much more cooperation areas in the sense that the water scarcity is key, and it also resonates with the climate adaptation as well. Thank you. So we will move on to Loran. Again, for your activities in Turkey, I know that I was just implying it in general, but especially for blended financing and private sectors, private capital mobilization, how do you see it? Please.
Yes, so I guess in a sense I've already partly addressed that particular question, which is the fact that private sector financial mobilization is a theme which is of increasing importance, right? And so both at Proparco, which is our private sector affiliate, and at AFD, we strive to mobilize private sector financing. Even going beyond what the OECD counts as private sector finance mobilization, with innovative structures trying to mobilize private capital markets and many other things. But once again, the mobilization of the private sector, particularly from AFD's point of view, also involves, and perhaps more importantly, involves having strategic discussions with our public sector partners, which are the governments, but also the large public and private sector companies and financial institutions. And this is perhaps a top-down vision, but I think it's important to do a bit of both. And in particular with the financial sector, because we're talking about TSKB as well here a little bit, AFD is striving progressively to move from a use of proceeds type of funding to a more general corporate purpose kind of loan and support going forward, which involves necessarily, in this particular case, a discussion on what the perspectives are. You know, what is the strategy? What future steps the particular financial institution in question is thinking of taking, basically listening to the strategy and supporting it in whatever way we can, and putting a funding in front of that, which can be incentivized in various ways. This is true for financial institutions, but also for companies, in particular, Propaco, a private sector affiliate, I think would be very happy to have discussions with you, because what you've been saying, I think, is very, very inspiring. And I think as development banks, we have to find a way to see if there's any value added we can bring, perhaps sharing experiences with other of our clients, that kind of thing.
Thank you, Laurent, for your contributions. And Özlem Hanım, now we would like to hear about your mitigation plans and reduction of your risks and your further comments, please. Thank you.
I have mentioned the risk based on the weather conditions and changing wind regimes, and now we are trying to actually our plan is to build hybrid wind power plants. Let me explain it. We have 14 wind power plants, and we are now building solar power plants in these existing wind power plants. So we are trying actually to adapt to potential changes in wind regimes or extreme weather conditions on that way by combining the power of wind and solar in one plant. We have also setting ambitious targets to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Actually, our production facilities are not producing any direct emissions, but we are tracking and reporting our scope 1, 2, and 3 carbon emissions every year, and we are working towards becoming a carbon neutral company by the end of 2025. And actually, transparency is very important for us, and we value the feedback of our stakeholders. This year, we have completed for the first time the climate change questionnaire by the Carbon Disclosure Project by CDP. And also, we are signatories of the SBTI, the Science Based Targets Initiative, and we are committed to limiting the global warming by 1.5 degrees. And our aim is to contribute significantly to combating climate change. And for these new hybrid power plant projects, and also for our other new investment projects, securing financing is the key for us. And actually, our transparent relationships with the financial institutions like TTKB help us to achieve this goal. And we closely monitor the compliance criteria. We create annual plans and conduct periodic reporting to ensure we meet the compliance criteria on that side. And we have also identified the risks on the supply chain management in our report as one of the main transition risks. And we have many plans, and we have also done many things actually to ensure the sustainability of our supply chain management in every level. We think it's a very important opportunity for us to make a bigger difference on that side, and to have a broader influence on the sector. And we are also a signatory of the United Nations Global Compact, and we regularly communicate progress reports on that side. And our efforts are published every year transparently on our sustainability reports. We are very excited on this project, and we are progressing in line with our sustainability mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really good to hear that, although I'm saying this in a positive way, FIBA Energy, renewable energy company, you already started with your scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, and you're already regarding the supply chain as a main transition to your industry. Thank you for your contributions. And that being said, I would like to thank to all of our panelists, valuable panelists, on behalf of TSKB and also on behalf of the ministry. And it's been quite collaborative here, and hearing your perspectives is very intuitive and inspiring on our side. And on a livable planet, I would say, and a healthy ecosystem, we are here to go together. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. We are going to start our session in a minute. Dear our Consul General, dear Rector, dear distinguished participants, welcome to our panel. We are very happy to host such a prestigious and important event here. And I would like to extend our sincere thanks and gratitude for this opportunity to Ministry of Climate Change, Environment and Urbanization. And especially special thanks to our Director of Climate Change for this opportunity. Yes, today we are going to talk about the role of the universities for the net zero targets till the mid of the mid-century. And I am Tamer Atabarut. I am the director of Boğaziçi University Lifelong Learning Center and also the board member of UNSDSN Turkey. So once more again, welcome to our session. We are going to start with our session with our distinguished rector. And I would like to just invite our Professor Dr. Naci İnci to make his opening speech. And he is the rector of Boğaziçi University and also the chair of SDSN Turkey. Floor is yours, my rector.
Dear distinguished participants, I am very pleased to welcome you all to our panel discussion organized by Boğaziçi University and the UN SDSN Turkey at COP28. During this event, we will focus on the role of universities in the development of plans to achieve net zero targets and the decarbonization pathways available to countries. Boğaziçi University is one of the leading higher education institutes in Turkey. It is in the vanguard of thought leadership by integrating sustainability with its education, research, and outreach functions. At Boğaziçi University, we have been working hard on environmental protection and sustainability agenda since the 1980s by establishing the first Institute of Environmental Sciences and then fostering a multidisciplinary approach in all academic units and research centers. Furthermore, since 2014, we have the great pleasure and privilege to host UN SDSN Turkey, where we mainly focus on the UN Agenda 2030, Sustainable Development Goals, and the Paris Climate Agreement. SDSN Turkey, led by Boğaziçi University, aims to serve as a platform for the exchange of expertise on sustainable development, to initiate research and applied projects, and to generate sustainable solutions and policy proposals. In line with a global network, SDSN Turkey mobilizes scientific and technical expertise from academia, civil society, and the private sector in Turkey. The IPCC sixth synthesis report underlines that human activities, principally through emissions of greenhouse gases, have undeniably caused global warming, with global surface temperature 1.1 degrees Celsius higher in the 9 years between 2011 and 2020 compared to the 50 years between 1850 and 1900. Global greenhouse gas emissions have continued to increase, with unprecedented spikes arising from unsustainable energy use, and land use change, lifestyles, and patterns of consumption and production across regions, between and within countries, and among individuals. The current data shows that 2023 was the hottest year recorded in human history. As UN Secretary General candidly stated, we are living through climate collapse in real time, and the impact is unfortunately devastating. The Secretary General said, record global warming should send shivers down the spines of world leaders, and it should trigger them to act. In other words, he tries to say that world leaders should be shocked by this high temperature rise and act urgently before it is too late. Clearly, are all agreed on the Paris Agreement. In the words of the Secretary General, we have the roadmap to avoid the worst of climate chaos, but we need leaders to fire the starting gun at COP28 on a race to keep the 1.5-degree limit alive. As leaders of knowledge communities, members of the academic community, rectors of universities, and chairs of higher education institutions, we hear this call, and we believe that universities play a key role in the fight against climate crisis. Through the transformative power of education, we should drive the global transformation required to reach net zero emissions by imbuing our education programs with this new vision. As universities, our campuses function like small cities, and we often emit substantial greenhouse gases due to activities of large communities of our staff, students, and other stakeholders. On the other hand, we also lead very important pilot projects for innovative solutions to meet our economic, ecological, and social challenges. We are building strategies to reduce operational emissions, but we can also become the champions of climate research, knowledge, and action. In order to accelerate the progress on sustainable development and climate change, UN SDSN initiated the Net Zero on Campus campaign. As SDSN Turkey and Boğaziçi University, we are wholeheartedly supporting this initiative. During this session, hosted by Boğaziçi University and UN SDSN Turkey, with our distinguished panelists, we will outline the role of universities and the academic community to link research and practice in the pursuit of sustainable campuses, sustainable communities, both in the region and in Turkey, to contribute to the decarbonization and net zero targets by the middle of the century or sooner. Last but not least, governments in our region face a major policy change in leading the transition to a low-carbon economy. The policy change spans multiple sectors and includes the transition to renewable energy, electrified transport, energy-efficient construction, nature-based solutions, and a circular economy. We need concerted efforts that include the development of conductive policy frameworks, access to green finance, and the promotion of sustainable technologies. The introduction of sustainable technologies will impact labor markets and the workforce requirements of companies. New green jobs will emerge, and skill sets for many existing jobs are set to change, with these skills playing an important role in green technology adoption. With this vision, we are also working for the development of a green workforce as a central pillar for the transition to a low-carbon economy as we transform our education system to meet the needs of new green skill sets. The agility and resilience of Turkish people, together with the industry and entrepreneurs and universities, will successfully allow us to equip our students with this new threefold vision of green, digital, and social transformations. In recent months, as the rector of Boğaziçi University, we took part in a meeting with Istanbul Technical University and Middle East Technical University, led by our President of Turkey, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, for the formation of green economy transformation policies, and we started to work to do our part for the contribution of universities in this field. I look forward to a very fruitful discussion on the role of universities in the race to achieve net zero. Finally, it would be remiss of me not to mention our huge concern over the plight of the civilians in Gaza, given this nightmare is unfolding at the heart of our own region. It is our earnest hope that the conflict comes to a rapid end and that the goals of justice, peace, dignity, and sustainable development are pursued for all the people in the region with the same vigor that we are agitating for net zero today. Thank you all for your kind participation in this event.
Thank you very much for this opening remarks, Professor Inci. And now I would like to continue with our panel session. And first, I would like to invite our esteemed panelists to the stage. And I'm going to introduce them one by one. Professor Dr. Gürkan Kumbaroğlu, who is the Boğaziçi University Vice Rector and UNSCSN Turkey Director. Please. And Professor Dr. Patrick Paul Walsh, Vice President of SDSN and Director of SDG Academy. Dr. Ünal Sayman, Chair of REC Turkey, Climate and Energy Association. Welcome all. First, I would like to just raise a question, and I would like to start with Professor Kumbaroğlu. As we all agree that one of the major tasks of the university is absolutely research and development. And as our rector just mentioned about the activities of Boğaziçi University, Boğaziçi University is pioneering in this environmental technologies and studies and started to academic outputs from the 1980s and going further and further with the enhancing the studies and works. Could you please summarize the newest studies in the Boğaziçi University about the green technologies and also just a role for decarbonization in the university? Maybe
Yes,
you can
so
use, I know you are going to use also presentation.
Exactly.
Maybe.
Exactly. Thank you. So I'm gonna summarize. I'm gonna summarize the selected R&D projects. Selected in the sense that they've got a larger budget and may have a wider impact. So the first one here is an integrated biorefinery concept for bioeconomy-driven development, which is a project that is financed by the European Union in collaboration with the Ministry of Industry and Technology under the pre-accession assistance IPA competitive sectors program. Now we have here in this project, and this project is about to end, so we have established a biorefinery within this project. We have algae as a starting point. You see the marine algae farm below and the pools where we grow the algae. So algae is an abundant resource that can be grown and harvested without impacting the food supply chain. That's very important. And then also algae absorbs the carbon dioxide as plants do, but at far faster rates and much greater amounts than woody plants like trees. So when the algae is turned, is processed into products, the absorbed carbon dioxide remains imprisoned, and hence it becomes carbon negative. So we have this carbon negative biorefinery here. The refinery itself consumes electric energy, of course, but this electric energy comes from a wind turbine that you see on the figure. So we have zero emission electricity that we use there, and with the algae, with the absorption of CO2 from the algae, it becomes carbon negative overall. So with this refinery now, we can obtain several products. Algae is produced in the refinery, and then let's have a look at the products here from the refinery. So this is, by the way, Europe's first carbon negative biorefinery with a capacity of 1,200 tons of wet algae mass per year. We do have omega-3 fatty acids from which functional food products can be produced. We do have antioxidant bioactive compounds from which health and cosmetic products can be produced. We do produce them actually, but this is a pilot scale production only. We do have animal and aquaculture feed applications, biofertilizers, and energy products like biodiesel, biojet fuel, and biohydrogen. Now I told you this is a pilot scale product, therefore the scaling up is very important. And that's another project that just started, financed by the European Union. Here, the objective is to elaborate on the opportunities to scale up sustainable algae-based biofuel value chain, essentially through CO2 fixation from high emission facilities. Here in this example, a steel cement plant, energy intensive production, and also feeding on nutrient-rich wastewater. Then with this, elaborate on scaling up the algae-based value chain. Now we do produce jet fuel, for example, but, and this is United Airlines earlier this year is the first American airlines that's invested in a biorefinery, $27 million. This pilot scale is the whole plant, the whole project. It cost us roughly 7 million euro. So it is sustainable aviation fuel, and SAF becomes obligatory starting next year, I guess. So very soon in aviation. So this is one of the opportunities, the energy sector. When we're talking about the energy sector, we also produce biohydrogen from the refinery. Another hydrogen project here is within a research university support program that the government subsidizes, where we produce hydrogen through electrolysis with the surplus energy that we have from the wind power. So we have on-campus wind power generation, and the surplus electricity is turned into hydrogen, stored as hydrogen, and this hydrogen can later, when there is no wind power generation, be used to supply electricity, and hence to balance. So it's essentially store the energy as hydrogen. So this project is also a pilot scale, just started. So it's led by a professor in civil engineering. Professor Avcı. So there are two issues here, hydrogen and storage. And we have several other projects on these two issues. We have actually synthetic natural gas and hydrogen projection technologies laboratory where we investigate on new technologies, also CO2 absorption and fuel production, green hydrogen, green methane. So this is one of the large scale projects we do have, which is supported by the Presidency of Strategy and Budget of Turkey. In terms of storage, we have a lot of research on batteries as well. One of the research, again by the Research University Support Program, is the lithium sulfur battery. So evaluating cell level performance and system level performance on lithium sulfur batteries, improve the performance in those batteries, make them commercially available. This is a project that started last year, but also we have sodium-ion battery research that is essentially done in collaboration with the Scientific and Technical Research Council of Turkey. And in this project, actually, there has been much achievement. So the article is in press. So January 24, it will be available. PI being Professor Mehmet Nurullah Ateş. So you can read the article. And currently there is much interest in producing it at larger scale. So it seems to be a commercial alternative. Given that lithium becomes scarce, you know, prices of lithium have increased a lot. So then alternative sources like sodium-ion seem to be interesting. But when we're talking this much about batteries, so electrification of transport is the first thing that you think of course. So I'm gonna quickly mention a study of mine that I did a couple of years ago based on a bottom-up energy system model that we developed. So it's a large-scale model. It has thousands of technologies in different sectors, but this is a special glance into the transport sector. And so you can read the article, Profitable Decarbonization Through E-Mobility. But you see there are several scenarios there in the table. And those scenarios, one of the scenarios is more e-car, the bottom one, more electric cars. You have the CO2 savings in column 1 and a cost increase in column 2. So actually there is no CO2 savings there in the more e-car scenario. So that actually shows you that you need to have a systemic viewpoint, because focusing on the transport sector alone is not enough. You need to focus on the electricity generation as well. So that's very, and all sectors, all this interaction, because this model is a optimization model that minimizes total energy system cost. Unless you have specific restriction, it goes to coal power to cover the additional electricity demand. And when it does so, then there are no CO2 savings there. The highest savings here is the ban on diesel. So you have several European cities that start banning diesel cars. No diesel T. T stands for transport. And you see CO2 taxation is also the marginal abatement cost. But the level of the marginal abatement cost seems rather moderate, in my opinion, like $5. And the no diesel scenario is a no regret opportunity. That's why the title of the paper, Profitable Decarbonization Through E-Mobility. So yeah, that's all I wanted to elaborate on in this session, finishing with this wider perspective.
Thank you very much, Professor. Yes, we all agree that we need novelties, we need innovation for reaching the sustainability and for carbon-free industry. So it was very productive sharing with us with the new and different projects which are ongoing in Boğaziçi University. Thank you very much. And now I would like to continue with Professor Walsh. Another major task of the university is, of course, education. And I would like to just direct the question, what is the role of the higher education institutes and also SDSN for achieving the targets for net zero in 2050?
Is it okay to stand up and talk? Yeah. So, thank you very much for the kind invitation. Just let me say a few words about SDSN in that under the leadership of Professor Jeffrey Sachs, in a way, SDSN is academia mobilizing the partnerships to implement the SDGs and the Paris Agreement at all levels of governance. So it's academia taking leadership and to try and work with civil society and corporates and government and to try and implement these agendas. And I think that's good because sometimes academia pulls back and even maybe gets commercialized or gets influenced. And so this is a different way of thinking, and I think it's very important. So the other thing I think that's very good today is that we're being hosted in the Turkish pavilion, right? So that means when you look at SDG 17, it says partnerships led by government, right? So to have the ministry sponsoring this, working closely with an excellent university, and then obviously, you know, the rector taking a leadership role with SDSN, and we have a vice rector taking those, and we have a really good team here. That just shows you potentially the power of SDSN working with through the university system and through the government, and hopefully, but we still have to be able to do something, right? That's my first point. The second point is that I know that when people are thinking about what can universities do for net zero, like of course we can mainstream everything we do, right? So obviously the rector mentioned the net zero guide for campuses. So my own university in Ireland is a 400-acre site. I mean, obviously we can do a lot. It brings in something like 700 million a year. We're bigger than most villages around Ireland. So obviously we can go to net zero on campus, walk the talk on your own campus, and that's interesting. But also through your education, through your research, through your policy outreach, through your innovation, what we're seeing is that universities can play a role as well, okay? So I just want to zone in on a few kind of lessons or learnings on the education side, okay? So traditionally, the SDG Academy, it's on edX. edX is the platform for Harvard, MIT MOOCs, you might call them, massive online courses, right? So we have about 50 courses up there on all aspects of the SDGs. And just because you have free and high quality courses does not mean they'll be mobilized into use, right? So one of the roles that when I came on board, I said, I want to make sure that this content in some ways is mobilized into corporates, into governments, into teaching, into, you know, high schools, K-12, also into the universities. You cannot take that for granted, right? You have to do it, right? So I'm going to tell you a little story behind what we decided to do coming out of COVID, obviously, was a master's online in sustainable development, okay? Now, a couple of you might have figured out that are there advantages and disadvantages of being online, right? And of course, you might think of the younger people wanting a community and supports and a college life, of course, to be in person. But on the other hand, what were the advantages? And you probably worked out that having live Zoom sessions and you have people coming in, university lecturers coming in from different parts of the world or coming in from industry, coming in from practice, that actually you could get maybe a richer, more inclusive conversation in the classroom. You probably also worked out that people who are maybe with a family or with their job or working out in Africa, you know, might also be able to do the masters online when they might not be able to do this in person, right? So there is this inclusion side, let's call it, okay? The thing though that surprised me the most is that when we put this masters online, most of the people, 66% were over 35. Most of the people were already in jobs in the UN system or in government or in corporates or in civil society. But the beauty of what was happening is that we're supposed to be teaching transformative education. We're trying to create new knowledge, transformative knowledge, knowledge on digital transformations, sustainability, cultural transformations, etc. Right? So it's not as if the knowledge is there to be taught. It has to be co-created, right? So the fact that you had these practitioners, let's call them, in all aspects of life in the classroom together, co-creating the knowledge, that's a little bit of a surprise. But what's really a surprise is that they were able to take that in their thesis or capstone and implement it immediately in the government department, in the corporate, in civil society. And this is what we want, right? Because we're running out of time. We can't have teaching and then placements. I'll talk over here. Is that okay? I'll just work from here, okay? So you can't have, so the idea here is that we want, yeah, I'm going to stay over here. What we want is, now it's that mic. Yeah, I think I'm okay. What we need is this idea that we're in a climate emergency, right? So we need to somehow come together, get the knowledge, create the science, test it, and then implement it as fast as we can, right? And this is a kind of a surprise then, that not only on the online masters were we getting these very senior people who were at home or in Africa or whatever coming together, but then they were implementing the knowledge rapidly, right? So that's one lesson, right? The second lesson is that online teaching is not about live conferencing anymore, right? There's a thing called a learning management system. Canvas, Blackboard, Moodle, right? And that technology is really, really important, right? Because what it does is for people who are online, it gives them a folder. It tells them the run of lectures, the grading, the homeworks, the live conferencing, the chat boards, the links to the library, the links to research, etc., right? So suddenly we have a very advanced organizing tool, right? And then the last thing that maybe are not surprising is that when we were in the academy, I kind of felt that our courses up in edX were on a curved technology. So the idea that you could go into Jeffrey Sachs's course on the Age of Sustainable Development and go, you know, I like week 2, I like that homework, and then pick and choose, build your own teddy bear, as I call it, right? And actually bring it into your LMS really easily. And one of the things we're working with UNESCO now is actually taking all that content and what's under what's called the OER recommendation, Open Education Resources, and just showing how in library repositories we can put them in folders with open licenses with all the metadata, and they can be repurposed and translated and used much easier, right? And this is quite important because if you want to get them into corporates or you want to get them into government departments, they will want that flexibility, right? So there, just to give you a little snippet then, yes, we're creating the content, but now I want to store the content in UN library or public libraries all over the world so that everyone can access and use them and repurpose them and create them and put them in as well. And that they find themselves very easily to get into the corporates, into the civil society, into government departments, etc. Right? But I still would emphasize it's important to have your online, or not, you know, your degree. It's important that you have the degree and people get their certificates, get their degrees, and so on and so forth. So you don't lose the academic standards, the academic integrity, and so on, right? I'm going to just leave it there. And then the last point I'll say is that we have developed a pathway in the Masters where you can do a cert on edX. It gets you into a diploma with a credit offset. and then you can get into the masters, right? So give people a kind of a pathway. And so, for example, teachers in Ireland, whether they're primary or secondary, can now, as what's called professional development, the government pays for them to do these certs, and it gives them the foundation in sustainable development and the Paris Agreement. But then, if they want to do a master's, they have a trap door to do a master's. And this is kind of very attractive. It's a very attractive feature, right? But we're building sister programs in Dar es Salaam, hopefully in Oman, in Mexico, and so on. And one of the joys of the LMS is now we can have virtual exchange. These courses can be offered in a package as if you're an exchange student. You can have electives across universities, and they're really easy. You just bring them into your, let's say, Moodle, and then they can drop into a course and be self-contained as if they're in your university, but they're not. They're visiting students or visiting academics, and suddenly we can actually co-create and co-teach right across the different regions of the world, which is very enriching for everyone. And of course, they get their degrees and their accreditation. So what I'm trying to say is that EdTech is becoming extremely important if you're serious, even to get education into refugee camps. Like, there is no excuses anymore. Nobody should be missing school, right? That we do actually have the technology and the whereabouts to reach out and to do at speed education and implementation. Yeah, I'll stop here.
Thank you, Paul. You just briefly explained the power of transformation capacity of the education. Thank you very much, with also the examples from SDSN. And now I would like to give the floor to our the last panelist, Dr. Simon. And we know that REC Turkey is working for decades for the education for climate change and education for sustainable development. And you are also leading various climate change projects in Turkey's ministries and also local governments. What is your experience on Turkey's local climate action? And what do you think on the role of NGOs in collaboration between the government, local governments, and universities for decarbonization pathway for Turkey?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very happy to be here today with these distinguished speakers and with participants. I am the NGO representative of this panel, and I would like to speak about the role of partnership between universities, municipalities, NGOs, and the government, based on our experience while working with the municipalities. As REC, we worked on national policy development. Like currently, we are working on carbon capture and projects. We worked on circular economy, and we also worked on development of local climate action plans. We prepared 3 action plans for 3 metropolitan municipalities in Turkey. So going to that, I would like to start with the general overview. I will not share the graphs in detail, but I will just explain the main takeaways. And for this slide, the main takeaway is Turkey's GHG emissions are increasing since 1990, and it seems that it will also continue to increase for a while. But the municipalities has an important role here. We can directly attribute buildings and transport emissions and also waste management emissions, which municipalities could directly involve in, and also they can also have effect on all the other emissions as well. Well, Turkey's emissions are increasing because when we check, Turkey's population is increasing, Turkey's GDP is increasing, and these are all pressures for the increase at the GHG emissions. And unfortunately, until now, we were unable to make decoupling between the emissions and the growth. But we need the transformation, and we have to reach to this transformation through several activities. But today I will mainly talk about the local part. I will use an example. Denizli province. It has 1 million people, inhabitants. It is 23rd in terms of total population, and it is 19th in terms of GDP. It's a very representative province because it has agriculture, it has industry, it has tourism, and then we have several provinces like Denizli in the country. Now, the municipality is constructing a 90 megawatt solar power plant to generate all its operational electricity requirement for its operations and also for the water utility. This is really a huge investment. And then this kind of investment should increase. But on the other hand, it is not enough because climate change and the challenges it's bringing is constantly, day by day, changing and becoming more and more complex. So our solutions should not necessarily be major investments, but also it should be with a holistic approach and including investment, research, capacity building, and partnership with stakeholders. As an example, if you look at the districts of Denizli, at the central districts, the population is rapidly increasing. And Denizli's total population is also increasing. Annually, it is almost 1%. The province's total population increase. But when we look at the rural districts, as you can see, majority of the city, the red ones here, the population is decreasing. In the last 5 years, between 2016 and 2021, there were major population decrease at the rural districts. And this is a challenge. This is a challenge because where these people are going, they are moving to the central district, and then this is increasing the problems at the central district, the housing needs, the traffic, all these needs are increasing. So this brings a opportunity for our municipalities. They can focus also on the rural areas as a preventive measure. If you sort some of the problems in the rural area, you will not have these problems in the central districts. So as I said, we worked a lot with the municipalities. We prepared action plans for several municipalities. One of our main observation is, while in Turkey, at the major cities like in Ankara, in Istanbul, there's quite a capacity at the main universities, like Bosphorus University, İTÜ in Istanbul, or Hacettepe University, Ankara University, ODTÜ in Ankara. However, when we go to the local level, to the periphery provinces, unfortunately, municipalities does not have enough capacity to lead and direct municipalities to select technologies, to use innovative tools, like Gürkan Hocam mentioned several innovative technologies Boğaz is working on. With the cooperation between the municipalities and universities, we should try to transfer these transformative technologies to the provinces of Turkey and also to the rural parts. Otherwise, The problems we are facing now will continue to increase. We will still see that rural parts are getting more and more empty, and then we will have more and more problems in the central districts. Finally, as an example, we have been partnering with the Bosphorus Boğaziçi University in the last 15 years. We have a certificate program targeting business sector, corporate sustainability certificate program. It is a self-sustaining program. I think in Turkey now we also need a similar program targeting municipalities to prepare their local action plans, for them to follow the innovations, for them to select technologies, and also establishing more strong partnership between NGOs, government, municipalities, and NGOs. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Nalbey. And I would like to also welcome our Honorable Minister. We are very honored for coming and joining us for this session. And before giving the floor to the closing remarks to Professor Jeffrey Sachs, I would like to first ask to the audience, is there any comments or is there any question to the panelists? And before I will just give also some examples what we are doing in the university, especially related with the sustainability and climate action in terms of STSN Turkey and also Boğaziçi University, other departments, and also Lifelong Learning Center. And also I would like to also ask once more to the panelists if they want to have any concluding remarks, maybe they can add also later on. So as Ünal was just mentioned, I think one of the good examples as a certificate program, which was initiated with Boğaziçi University Lifelong Learning Center and REC Turkey to just targeting the corporate people, how we can integrate them to these sustainability issues and how we can transform them for net zero target, not only for Turkey, but also in the region. So I think this is a good example for this. But besides this, in the university, we are also targeting other outreach programs and targeting other SDGs. For instance, for the SDG 5, for the women empowerment and for the gender equality, we have such projects, and we are just having those projects with the contribution of the different parties. So we strongly believe that in the university, as also Paul was just mentioned, this is not only the duty of the partnership of the governments. This is the duty of all the stakeholders to act together and work together for a better future and for carbon free in 2050. So with this perspective in the center, what we are doing is also we are collaborating with the local municipalities, we are collaborating with the central government, and we are collaborating with the NGOs and also the other private sectors. For instance, with the local, one of the good example for the targeting the local municipalities is we just have a program together with Marmara municipality unions, and we have started a good online program to give the municipal people some expertise and also some examples related in the sector of climate change and the plans for the just omitting and cutting the emissions. Now I would like to give the floor to the STSN president. I know how he is very busy. He is running from one pavilion to another to make a brilliant speech, and now we are honored also having him in our panel. Now I would like to give the floor to Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who is a very well-known figure in the sustainability world and also the president of STSN. Yes, the floor is yours, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you. It's it's a big interconnected world and a big interconnected COP. So lots of running around and trying to make sense of things. And when I reflect on today, it's been a good cross-section of our challenges. I just came from a meeting of Huawei talking about digital solutions. Before that, the question of finance in Latin America. And this morning, the global panel on the question of how to finance the transition, which is still one of the main unresolved challenges that we face. And all of it illustrates for me how we are in a time when we need a new kind of governance from the ones that we're used to. As an example, Huawei is an extremely impressive company with many solutions. But unless those solutions are brought to bear in the poorer countries, we don't really solve the problems in the world. And Huawei is a private company. It sells equipment. It sells digital solutions. It doesn't solve poverty. So we need to pair what Huawei does with ways to address the challenges of the poorer countries directly. And that's where government initiatives come in, like the Belt and Road Initiative of China, or the role of the multilateral development banks. And then comes the question of cooperation. How do we put all these pieces together? The private sector, the government sector, the academic solutions. And all of this is not easy and not solved. And we probably never had a challenge quite as complex as the challenge that we have now on sustainability at this quite advanced stage of threat and on a global scale. Of course, the world has faced many complicated challenges, but rarely has there been a global challenge that absolutely requires all parts of the world to find solutions, and in which the global solution depends on the success across all of the regions, and in which no single sector or no single technology comes close to providing a comprehensive answer. The closest we came to solving a global problem of this kind is the protection of the ozone level. But that was one class of chemicals, and we needed to switch one letter, CFCs to HFCs. And by doing that, we took the chlorine atom out, protected the ozone. Of course, HFCs are also a greenhouse gas, so we need to continue to move to another solution. But that shows a technical fix at a global scale. But here we don't have a technical fix. We have a range of deep-seated problems on a very crowded planet that requires a tremendous mix of technologies and tools to solve. And that means that we need a new kind of policy making. When I was briefed yesterday by the deputy minister, I heard a wonderful report of all of the activities that Turkey is undertaking, because it's a complicated agenda. And the government has made goals, plans, maps, public investment strategy, and connecting with the universities. And our role at the Sustainable Development Solutions Network is to help support the universities to work together with government and with business so that all of these different stakeholders can add their piece to the puzzle. So that's the new governance. And I think Turkey is on the track for inventing that new governance. But as we know, and as I emphasized to your minister, it's not only a solution in the national level, it's a solution in the regional level. And I do want to congratulate Turkey for being in the world's most complicated region. Really. If you look north, if you look south, if you look east, if you look west, it's complicated. And so this is the next reality and the next challenge. But as I also said to the minister yesterday when we met, fortunately, Turkey also has the best diplomacy with 600 years of Head Start experience. Very sophisticated. What other country in the world has dealt so much with Russia over many centuries? Actually, none other than Turkey, as a matter of fact. Because the issues between the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire went back a long time. Rather complicated, by the way. But Turkey has the knowledge and the experience to be able to, therefore, think at a very ambitious and creative level in the Black Sea region with the solutions for the war that's raging next door in Ukraine. And of course, Turkey has been for many centuries, and even I could say before the Ottomans came was the Seljuk Turks. So the Turkish people have been at this for 1,000 years. The Ottomans only 600 years in this, in the management of the Middle East crises and knowledge. So I'm counting on Turkey to play the leadership role in helping to bring solutions in the Black Sea region and in the Eastern Mediterranean region. It's a big homework assignment, I'm afraid, to give, but it's actually within the reach. And from the side of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, we will organize as best we can the universities to help be partner with you in that effort. In the Black Sea, there is an SDSN Black Sea network, which includes Turkish universities, includes Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, Russian universities, Ukrainian universities, though they're not dealing with each other right now. But we have a network that can contribute regionally to solutions. A chapter of SDSN Georgia, also on the eastern end of the Black Sea. And in the Eastern Mediterranean, the same way, we're working to bring together a network of knowledge institutions that can work on practical pathways for solutions. And this is my hope and my thought. We're trying to invent a new kind of governance. It is multi-stakeholder. It is long-term planning, which is different from usual. So it's scenarios out to the middle of the century. It is involving business, academia, government, civil society. It is technologically focused because it's a change of the way we do things. And it is at a regional scale. So it's connecting neighboring countries. And I believe, as hard as it is, that the most basic principle of sustainable development geopolitically is be nice to your neighbors. You share the ecosystems with them. You share the coastlines. You share the rivers. you better cooperate if this is going to work. And that's a mindset change, because often neighbors don't get along. They're fighting about borders. They're fighting about politics. They speak a different language over the same border, but across the border, but share the same rivershed. So we need actually for the neighbors to get along with the highest priority. And that is our challenge. I will just end by noting also that not only does Turkey excel in its governance, in its diplomacy, in great universities, but also in the business sector as well, because Turkish companies are operating all across the Middle East, all across North Africa, all across the Balkans regions. They're the great builders, they're developing projects, real estate, infrastructure. And so this is actually, from an economic point of view, a very important driver of the economy, of jobs, and of prosperity as well, by being in the forefront of the green technologies and the green infrastructure that is needed across these regions. So I'm very grateful to Turkey for the leadership of President Erdogan and for the government. Very proud of our SDSN network in Turkey, and very excited about Turkey's constructive role. I still believe, as hard as it is, Turkey's going to be the one to bring peace between Russia and Ukraine. It came very close. The United States stopped it. Next time, we're not going to let the United States stop what was an agreement between the two countries, because Turkey had brought them together and the United States pulled Ukraine away and said, no, no, you keep fighting, which is always a terrible idea. And Ukraine is suffering terribly as a result of it. But next time when Turkey brings the two sides together, it's going to be real peace. And we're also going to see Turkish business being a very great leading force in the sustainable development transformation of the region. So thank you very much for all of that.
Now it's time to close the session. Thank you for coming and joining us today. And I would like to extend our sincere thanks and gratitude to all our speakers. Thank you.
And we know that around 90% of the startups fail. And we don't want this value to be lost. Bioeconomy startups operate in challenging areas. Most of the time, they are low on cash. They have low visibility on the feedstocks. R&D is a constant drain. Investors, hawking over them. Very long sales cycles. They have to innovate. They have to enter the market with new products. It's quite challenging. And we see that specifically projects scaling up from pilot demonstration and moving from demonstration to flagship type of projects are lacking in funding. And venture capital can be an answer to this. We know that there's a value of that for entrepreneurs or for innovation. When you do research on a lab, you can get some lab funding, research funding, but it is very hard to scale this to commercial operations because there is not a lot of funding there because of the high amount of risk. And venture capital is one of the means to overcome this. VCs look at more than 100 opportunities for every one investment. And this is a very competitive area. And VCs also expect good returns here because they are taking a huge amount of risk. And they can invest in different forms such as equity, loans, debts. And we see that compared to other funds, types of funding, this type of funding has been more limited in Europe, also in the world, specifically for the bio-based industries and the blue economy. So what do investors think? So investors need to be convinced to put money in these type of things. Investors search for a strong team. They search for a clear USP, the unique selling point. They want the technology to be validated. They want to protect the IP of the company. They want the team to do a financial modeling suitable to their goals, which is an exit within the next 5 to 7 years. And of course, a high growth market, which bioeconomy is. We see lots of companies in the sector. They have a very cool tech, but they don't have a business model to go with, and that's one of the reasons some companies struggle to attract financing. Upon this, I would like to introduce you to the European Circular Bioeconomy Fund, which is the first private venture capital impact fund dedicated to catalyze European bioeconomy. So this is an EIB kickstarted initiative, and it invests across EU27 and 16 associated countries of the Horizon program, which includes Turkey as well. We invest in companies that are in the growth stage, so we basically want to fill this funding gap. We invest in average across 10 million euros over the life of an investment. We syndicate with others, this as a strategy. We are an Article 9 fund according to the EU SFDR regulation. That means every investment made needs to result in carbon savings. And it works as a classical venture capital fund function with 5 years investment and 5 years divestment period. So yeah, as I said before, so we wish to fill this gap between technological readiness level between 6 to 9. This is a notation first concepted by NASA, so that means we can start investing in these once we see a prototype operating in the market. We cover investment fields such as food technology, agriculture, biomaterials with a specific focus on packaging and construction materials. We of course also invest in biotechnology, so we see great opportunities here. I myself work in agtech and blue economy, for example. However, we don't invest in pharma and bioenergy. These are covered with different financing schemes. We have a great investor base, including the European Investment Bank. We have big agri-corporations, food corporations such as Nestlé, Bunge. We have biotechnology companies like Corbion, chemical companies like Nestlé, PTTGC Ventures. So all of these private investors come together with public money. So it's a partnership. And we collected 300 million euros to invest in these growth stage startups. And these are the companies so far we have invested in, 10 of them. And innovation is key here. I would like to give you some examples of the companies we invest in. For example, in the middle you see Innovo. This is a company where they can test eggs before they hatch to determine their gender, so that the chicks, when they grow up, the male chicks, they don't have to be killed because they don't give eggs. Of course, this beyond animal welfare also increases the energy considerations because you have to raise the chicks, so it requires feed and heat. For example, we have another company in the ag space, TrapView. This company puts traps on farms with pheromones and then camera inside with an AI in it. And you can tailor pesticide spraying strategies based on the amount of insects and what type of life stage they're in. We have also biostimulant investments, biorefinery investments, even an insect protein company. And we invest in these types of innovative businesses in line with EU Green Deal and the bioeconomy strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hakan.
Not yet. So we see some companies from Turkey, but very little compared to the deal flow we get in other parts of Europe. I hope that we'll have at least one company in the future.
Yeah. Thank you, Hakan. Thank you for this nice presentation. I mean, as we all know, like in different pavilions, like we are seeking answer for climate urgency. Also, as a bank, like we see like bio-based solutions, nature-based solutions, like a key aspect for this. Also, we need to see more, I think, contribution from Turkish companies, Turkish real sector, in order to also boost this economy in Turkey. Thank you for the presentation.
My pleasure.
Next, we will have Emir. Also, like he will gonna talk about what we need to, like in order to cope with the climate change effects, what we need for the financial perspective, or what we are doing as a financial institution in order to help this transformation.
Thank you, Idam. I would like to first of all, obviously, thank the Turkish Pavilion for giving us the opportunity to introduce people to this panel. I think, apart from me, the panelists today are very esteemed. I am in fact the only one without a PhD in our panel currently as a banker. So I would like to discuss obviously the role of banks in achieving net zero, achieving the 1.5 degree aligned pathway is obviously critical. We are the main locomotive behind financing, and we were basically the main locomotive of financing fossil fuels project in the past as well. Therefore, there is a huge burden on us to achieve decarbonization and also mobilize private financing to decarbonization. Obviously, this brings a lot of issues with it. So as Garanti BBVA, we are part of BBVA Group, and we have basically three main goals. One is to foster new business through sustainability and mobilize at least 300 billion euros to sustainable development projects and sustainability-linked projects by 2025. Another is to achieve net zero by 2050, especially in sectors that are very hard to abate. And I will go more into detail for specifically steel and cement industrial decarbonization and ways to finance them and the challenges we are facing currently. Apart from that, we have specific targets for all of these sectors. So this is our 2050 net zero aligned portfolio alignment targets. We as banks, obviously, we don't do much as part of scope 1 and 2. Our operations are limited. Obviously, they're not that limited, but they are compared to our portfolio, where we finance steel, where we finance cement. where we have in the past financed coal, obviously we need to do something about this, and these are our targets. For coal, it's basically we're phasing out from thermal coal. Our official target is 2040. A lot of banks globally are financing, and there is a push to basically limit or even just phase out private financing to coal in this COP as well, and hopefully that is something we can move forward upon. In energy, this is basically electricity production. This is utilities, not overall energy, because we have oil and gas as well. BBVA has overall oil and gas targets, but because Garanti BBVA's exposure to upstream oil and gas, we don't really, it doesn't really make sense for us to track that target. But in energy-based utilities, in automotive, in steel, and in cement, we have basically emission intensity targets. These are emission intensities, as you can see. So how, well, first of all, how do we monitor this, and how do we achieve that 72, 40, 10, 20% reduction by 2030? Obviously, these we are using the Net Zero 2050 benchmark scenario by the International Energy Agency, and our baselines are being updated constantly. So we basically use our portfolio to monitor our clients with a methodology called transition risk indicator. We basically know each of our clients in these sectors, and we know basically what are we going to do with them, but how. So we need to assess their transition appetite. When I'm talking with a client in the steel sector, for example, there are many different strategies based on the production model of steel and also what they're planning to do about it. In Turkey, we are a bit more lucky because the electric arc furnaces that produce from scrap steel, which are basically powered by electricity, they're more, maybe 72% of Turkey's capacity in steel is electric arc furnaces. Therefore, by investing in renewables in the whole grid, Turkey will have an easier pathway to decarbonize its steel. But we obviously still have basic oxygen furnace primary steel making, where the route is pretty much hydrogen, where Mr. Emrah Kınal will talk more about that, obviously. And in cement, we need to invest a lot in carbon capture, in again hydrogen and other renewable fuels. So we need to assess our clients based on how ready they are to make those investments in the near future. We visit them constantly. We learn about their investment plans, and where we can, we want to basically help them. For steel, this is a lot of information, but basically 8% of total GHG emissions. We need 372 billion required by 2050, and obviously a lot of that is going to come from public funds, but a lot of private financing, a lot of private sustainable financing needs to mobilize for steel decarbonization. And as you can see, electrification and hydrogen-based fuels are a huge majority of that. Sorry, I think I can use this as well. Yeah. Like I said, and until 2030, the reduction amount is much. So this shows us one thing very clearly: technological readiness in wide-scale approach, a feasible technological readiness that is mass market is currently not that feasible in steel, in hydrogen steel making, for example. In order to do that, what we specifically need is a lot of government incentives, because that's how it's been done in the countries that have achieved that. For example, there is a fully zero carbon steel making facility being financed in Sweden right now. It's fully hydrogen powered, and the hydrogen is produced by renewable energy as well. So this is a hydrogen direct reduced iron concept where they use renewable hydrogen, green hydrogen to make primary steel. And basically for that project to be feasible, a lot of government support was required. But at the end, it was able to become a project finance where private financiers and private banks like BBVA and Garanti BBVA and other private banks could become involved. So it's not mass market yet, but the technology is there. And if certain subsidies and certain investment credits, tax credits are in place, there is basically no reason to do so. I'm passing our specific, measures in as VBank specifically because I want to talk about cement a bit. This is a crucial sector for basically all economies. Today, we visited a lot of cement pavilions and cement side events. Cement concrete is basically the most consumed man-made material on Earth. There is no alternative. It needs to be produced, and a lot of concrete is going to be required for infrastructure, especially in the developing nations moving forward, like Turkey and many others that are close around us. There is no alternative. Cement by itself produces CO2, even if you take into account, even if you take fuel out of the equation, which is currently a lot of petrol coke, even if that's fully hydrogen, even if somehow it's electrified, the chemical process itself puts out more than 50% of its CO2. So carbon capture, carbon capture, as you see here, takes a huge share, 36% for cement sector's ability to be net zero in 2050. Carbon capture is extremely expensive. It requires a lot of electricity. From what we heard today, basically it will make a typical cement factory's electricity consumption, it will increase that electricity consumption more than 50%, if I'm not, or double it, or something like that. It's going to require a lot of electricity, and it's going to require a lot of infrastructure as well, because for carbon capture to work, when you capture that carbon, you need to store it basically under depleted oil reserves. So some countries have the infrastructure for it, some countries don't. Shipping it is another. So it's very expensive, currently not feasible in mass market conditions. Therefore, again, I am basically coming to these key takeaways. For all industrial decarbonization, bankability is crucial. Obviously, we need to mobilize private finance, but it needs to be feasible. There's no other way around it. And the technology is not feasible without adding the subsidies, tax and other investment incentives, and also carbon markets as well, both voluntary and compliance carbon markets, because once carbon is too expensive, then obviously these investments are going to have to be done. Also, infrastructure access and collaboration between countries and between companies are going to be extremely crucial for some of the technology to work, like carbon capture and like hydrogen infrastructure as well. And like I mentioned, green hydrogen is going to be crucial for especially the steel sector's decarbonization, which again I mentioned makes up almost 10% of the world's GHG emissions. Well, I mean, thank you so much. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you so much, Emir. If you guys have any questions, like we can take it now, or at the end of the panel also we can have the questions. Thank you so much for this presentation. I mean, as we see, like each stakeholder has its own responsibility to make this change happen for net zero, like creating a new economic environment. I mean, the main idea is it's very important also from a banking perspective to assess our clients' transition appetite also from a reasonable perspective. As Emir mentioned, like the technological readiness is not there. The new technologies are unfortunately not there yet. They are not in a commercial scale or feasible scale. And also like right now we will also see like from a real sector perspective, like a company with a huge appetite, but they have some, you know, like downside that like they are not, they have some difficulties to make this change happen. Floor is yours, Emrah Bey.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you, and thank you our ministry and Garanti Bank for inviting us. Actually, well, I am from Ford Otosan, as I said, an engineering company, an automotive company. We are very into research and development, and research-based product development. But all we do with financial resources. So we are very interested, and especially with new technologies, with new technologies that we need to bring to the automotive market soon. We need large amounts of financial support, so that's why it is very important for us to be here with partnering with financial companies, financing companies. So my topic that I will speak today is actually regarding hydrogen. Hydrogen has been around for some time, for around almost 20-25 years, but we have been hearing it mostly in the last few years, maybe 3-4 years. It has been even more strongly voiced in the last 2-3 years right now, due to political unease in the globe, especially in Europe. So European Union is also pushing this. So maybe thanks to the this unease, hydrogen is right now a rising star. Hydrogen is an energy carrier, and it's a very good solution for all the environmental problems that we are talking today. We will be talking all through the week. But not only that, it's also a solution, a good solution for the political problems that we are not talking today. So that is going to be something that, as Turkey, as a country which do not produce its own carbon-based fuels or energy, so or most of it, let's say, hydrogen is going to be a very crucial energy source for being able to increase itself up. So not related, not dependent on other countries or other countries which has carbon sources. So as I said, it's the right time for this rising star, hydrogen, and for that, as for Totosan, we are also working, as all our competitors globally, not only in Turkey. So either we do it today, or we won't succeed. We won't succeed in the markets. That's as simple as that. The thing is, we have to work in collaborations with universities, with other companies inside Turkey and outside Turkey. So this is something that we cannot achieve by ourselves, no matter how good we are at what we do. It is simply impossible to achieve by ourselves. So we need all the collaborations to speed up and to bring on its leg the hydrogen ecosystem in Turkey. So that ecosystem we are trying hard to build and to emerge in Turkey with as many partners as possible. Let that be our most fierce competitors as well, because without that ecosystem, all of us will not succeed. So European Commission actually supports hydrogen economy and hydrogen ecosystem with Horizon Europe program. from the research and research-based product point of view. They are giving support, financial support for research activities and to create ecosystems for 100 plus geographies in the continent. So that is called hydrogen valleys. So hydrogen valleys are, you can say, like geographical, physical places, areas, parts of municipalities or parts of countries that all the partners in that ecosystem really works all together to make hydrogen economy a reality. So it is not only the R&D, research part, but it's also the marketing part. So the whole system, the whole ecosystem needs to run in a real life and demonstrate this, to show this to the world that the hydrogen ecosystem actually works. They have this goal of aiming to come to 100 plus hydrogen valleys by 2030, but it seems that they will achieve it earlier than that. And we are also trying hard to be part of it as Turkey and as Fort Otosan with our ecosystem and with our partners. As Fort Otosan, I would like to mention what we are interested in hydrogen. Basically, we are a company that you may know. We are a joint venture of Ford Motor Company and Koç Group in Turkey. We have 3 factories, 3 research centers in Turkey, and 1 factory in Romania. And we design and develop and manufacture commercial vehicles and heavy-duty vehicles, trucks. All the engines, transmissions, etc. And until now, all of these were diesel-powered. But right now, we do not develop diesel anymore. Globally, any of the OEMs do not do that. But instead, we are interested on 100% hydrogen combusting hydrogen engines, 100% hydrogen feeding fuel cells, generator sets that generate electricity from this hydrogen, hydrogen-powered trucks, 100% hydrogen-powered trucks that run inside cities and outside cities for long distances, up to 1,000 kilometers maybe. Our aim is right now 700 kilometers. So these are what we currently aim, and we do research for this to make it a reality. We work on hydrogen, on these hydrogen projects, which we call core research projects in Horizon program, which European Commission is funding, together with many companies and many of our competitors as well, actually. So right now we are working in 4 different projects of these, and as early as 6 months, in next 6 months, so before mid of 2024, we will have our first hydrogen fuel cell powered long-haul truck, F-Max truck. So the problem is, we will have the truck and we will produce it in our factory in Eskişehir. But how are we going to fuel that truck? Actually, we are not a hydrogen producer, and we don't have any hydrogen stations. And the problem is, there's no hydrogen station in Turkey. So are we going to push this truck out of the production line? How are we going to make it run on the real roads? So these are the problems which we are currently facing as industry. So the important thing here is to bring all those other partners producing hydrogen, developing infrastructure. First of all, hydrogen refilling stations. All the components, all the subcomponents of the engines, fuel cells, and the vehicles. So all the fuel tanks, etc. If we can do all this with our partners, as I mentioned, then we can be successful. Otherwise, in 6 months, we will have a truck, which we cannot push out of the production line. That is the current status actually. So for this, we have made a meeting, the first hydrogen ecosystem meeting. That was in June 2023, so only few months ago, and almost 250 people joined from almost 60. So from 60 different companies and state organizations, and we had a very unexpectedly big first hydrogen ecosystem meeting in Turkey. Hopefully, early next year we will have the second meeting with a bigger number of people and companies, and with a very strong concrete goals that I will not mention right now, but at the end we will be aiming to come up with a strategy to lead these activities all together with the partners in Turkey, with our partners from abroad as well. So all these are ongoing, and we are aiming to help actually the other companies which perhaps may not have the financial capacity as well, but are aiming to support this ecosystem. And one of them is I would like to mention, actually that was not my plan to mention it here, but after hearing Hakan's presentation, so we will also be working on, or investing maybe, on a biohydrogen production company of a professor. So that was very innovative, and we saw that it could work actually. Something feasible, because feasibility is very important to us. There are currently different methods of producing hydrogen, but feasibility is the core value, because if we are not doing it feasibly, those products are actually all the products that we buy. So as a person, you are the end user, or I am the end user. So nobody pays more, unfortunately, to something that is only more greener. That is the ugly truth in today's world. So basically, we need to do feasible work, and that's what we are trying to come up with. So grow SMEs, small medium enterprises in Turkey, that can also become world leaders in different technologies. And we see this is one of them, and we would be very happy actually to be investing together with our other partners, or even rivals, our competitors, to make this a reality. So this is not something only for Tutusan will succeed. This is something that Turkey will succeed. Thank you very much again for inviting me.
Thank you, Emrah Bey, for this nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emrah Bey, once again. I mean, like, after seeing all these like discussions throughout the day, like also in the Turkish pavilion, also in the different pavilions, we can definitely say that like Turkish companies are leading the innovation in their, core business right now. Like, I'm very happy to hear all the Port Otosan plans right now also here. Also, I have a complimentary questions like after your presentation. How do you see like the hydrogen fueled cars versus electric vehicles? Like how will the market structure for the future? I mean, also you can maybe like answer this question like between the segments. Where, for example, for the heavy trucks, maybe hydrogen is a little bit more viable option, but not the electric one. What about the like the in other segments? How do you see the future?
Thank you very much. So I think these are all complementary technologies. So
today we use diesel cars and gasoline cars. Actually, they are, identical to each other. There is no big difference between these. We go to the same fuel station, and almost from the same dispenser, we get both of them. But we have both of these fuels on the road today for almost 50 years now. So basically, these have evolved, and the technologies of internal combustion engines for diesel and gasoline have also evolved, and that was all together. So if this could happen, basically two identical systems, then battery electric and fuel cell electric, and also hydrogen internal combustion engines actually can work together as well. Actually, they have to work together because, for example, imagine you are a municipality, you have buses, hydrogen powered, hydrogen fuel cell powered electric buses, and on the other hand, you have battery electric powered buses. For the battery electric powered buses, you have to recharge them overnight probably, because that's the only time when you don't use the buses. If you're a municipality that has, let's say, 100 buses, you can manage. But what if you are a municipality that has 2,000 buses? So charging 2,000 buses overnight in few hours, that's incredible energy. With hopefully renewable energy. But I mean, the energy source may change, but the infrastructure that you need to set on the ground is incredibly big. On the other hand, the same buses for a smaller municipality can easily work. Another example is, for example, heavy-duty trucks that we actually do all our logistics, all the food, basically everything, our clothes, medicine, everything is transported by trucks. And they run around 700 kilometers every day. And to run 700 kilometers, you have to carry 5-6 tons of battery. So that is reducing the tonnage of the capacity of carrying. And that is not something that we want, because then our end products will be more expensive to us. So we need to run that with hydrogen. And that's why we need to combine all those technologies together. We are engineers, so we need to find the best optimum solutions.
Thank you so much, Emrah Bey. Also, from a banking perspective, every day seeing different clients under different sectors, we can easily say that the innovation should be tailored also based on the situation of the client itself. Sometimes we are expecting some innovation, some transformation in some sectors. For some sectors, this is very easy possible, but for other sectors, it needs some time or requires thinking out of the box. Also, we are seeing these kind of efforts from different sectors, they are thinking really from an innovative perspective and planning different investments. Can you please, Emir, are you seeing this kind of innovative projects recently? Can you give an example for us?
Thank you, Iram. Yes, I can actually give a lot, and it would be nice to end the panel in a hopeful manner as well. As part of Garanti BBVA and as part of investment banking and finance, I obviously see a lot of investment planning, basically, in hydrogen, both in Turkey and also outside Turkey, but from Turkish companies as well. We recently visited a steel client of ours that's building DRI facilities, DRI plus EAF facilities, steel making facilities, and all their DRI infrastructure will be hydrogen ready. It will be completed, I think, next year, and currently it will run on natural gas, but they are building everything based on the understanding that hydrogen is going to be key part of the industrial ecosystem in the future. Another one is chemicals. Obviously, chemicals need a lot of heat. A lot of our chemicals today are petrochemical based. There is no way around it currently. The refining process itself, we heard a lot of talk about methane and methane reduction here at this COP, both at the beginning and probably throughout as well. We have seen companies, and Hakan was also mentioning this in our chat, a lot of companies today are moving away from offsets to insets. Basically, companies are building nature-based solutions within themselves when these projects are becoming feasible, and they are currently in process of becoming feasible in Turkey as well. We have a large chemicals player that is planning of insetting through afforestation and reforestation. It's a huge development because this basically wouldn't be feasible without the impact of voluntary carbon markets and their adoption. And hopefully these types of innovative mechanisms where private financing can also play a role in this, especially from a project finance standpoint, where the risks are mitigated such that we as banks could be comfortable in financing these types of projects. It's basically going to be the only way moving forward, especially in some industries, especially for some residual emissions. And we have also seen a lot of circular economy adapted stuff as well. Obviously, zero waste is Turkey's main strategy and main going at this COP. And there is a lot of good circular economy things happening in Turkey, especially in waste to gas and waste to synthetic fuels. We have recently discussed with one of the largest energy companies in Turkey, and they are currently planning on investing in bio LNG. This is basically using agricultural waste, forestry waste to produce methane, synthetic methane, and upscaling it in order to use as LNG. So these are all examples of the types of projects that we were not even discussing maybe 2-3 years ago. The environment, the technological innovation, and the bankability of these projects are moving incredibly fast. And I think these types of environment and these types of discussions are paramount to increasing that adoption in the global economy.
Thank you so much, Emir. Like apart from this clean tech transformation and aligning with the Paris Agreement goals, another very hot topic that we started to discuss more often in the last year is the carbon markets. I would like to discuss this topic with Hakan because also there are new standard, we started to talk about what should be the standard behind it, what could be the how the companies could report these kind in a transparent manner. What is the difference between the the projects, the removal projects or mitigation projects? How we should act. Also, we know that Turkey has a one of the largest carbon credit supplier right now in Turkey. So how are you seeing this market right now?
Thanks, Irem. So I will answer this question in the lens of nature-based solutions because that's where my expertise is. Of course, you can generate carbon credits with renewable energy, energy efficiency, and different types of applications. But thinking about nature-based solutions, it's a bit controversial sometimes. Specifically, I don't know if anyone has read, there was a recent New Yorker article on South Pole, which is one of the biggest project developers in nature-based solutions, and how also their collaboration with Vera, who is the main methodology setter about these projects, sometimes they're not very accurate. So as investors, we always approach this topic with caution. carbon credits, of course, can be very useful, provided the projects actually capture carbon. If you just buy a land of forest or rainforest and promise not to cut it down, that's not a good carbon project. So we need to see more projects that actually increase the amount of carbon captured, that are permanent, and they actually have an overall positive effect on the climate. And doing this is very difficult. Scalability is a major issue, because how can you prove that these projects have integrity without boots on the ground? You go in and get the data. But if you do that, then it's not very scalable, because it can only be scaled once you bring in the data play and then use satellites, other types of things. So there's a lot of uncertainty here. Regulation is also a bit unclear. Of course, Turkey, with its rich natural resources, is in a good place for this, but these need to be supported by regulation.
Thank you so much, Hakan. Thanks for everyone to be here today. Thanks for this fruitful discussion. I think we don't have enough time to get the questions, but we will be around to have the questions. If you have questions, please feel free to reach us. Thank you so much for paying attention and listening to us.